I need to have this up here. Alright, so today we're going to be checking out Bellwright, and full disclosure, transparency, all that stuff. This is a sponsored stream at this point. I am being paid to play this. Basically, Bellwright has gotten a new map added to it called the Halmare Islands. And it's got a whole bunch of new stuff, including like more caves, more animals, like goats, bears, foxes, whatever, new fish types. There's like apparently like raid maps things, I don't know what that is. Multiple progression lines, new loyalty and faction system, new points of interest, new weapons including crossbows and spears, cloaks, themed faction armor sets, shields, distillery, trading post, orchards. The new multiplayer map is apparently over 10 kilometers in size. New story and quest line, activities and gameplay, and faction armor and clothing and buildings. You get the idea. It's a whole lot of things. They've added a whole lot of everything, yes. They've also got full controller support, so for those who desire to use the controllers and all that, that is an option there. And they are adding trade and caravans between your different settlements and all that, so that, when you're building your settlement, you're not stuck manually muling the stuff around. You can set up trade caravans and all that, which of course means then you have trade caravans that are vulnerable to attack they have to worry about. They're adding walls and all sorts of stuff. You get the idea. It's a whole hell of a lot of list of a whole hell of a lot of things added to it. Now, I have... Yeah, it's early access down here for people asked earlier. Now, I have not played Bellwright before. This will be my first time playing. My general understanding of the game is it's kind of a survival crafter around building a settlement, so think like Medieval Dynasty, that kind of thing. But it also has like lots of engaging combat type things that happen where you will be, like your settlement will be attacked, so very Rimworld-esque in all that regard. That's what I've been led to believe, but honestly, it's my first time playing. Now, one thing I like to do really fast is I like to pop in really quick to just go over like some basic settings that go through and see what accessibility stuff is. And for the devs, when you watch this later, I don't count this as part of the time. So it did make the cursor larger. You can turn on data, like numbers. You can hide the helmet. You can disable the tutorial, all that kind of stuff. For accessibility, we do have English and like where you can change your language. You've got your basic stuff here so far as like your various visual things. There is motion blur turned on by default, which means I immediately turn that garbage off. But they do give you the option to get rid of that, so that's good. Nothing to mention here really. There is a disclaimer on the YouTube or on the Steam page, so just to be like fully transparent, people know I'm very against AI. Right now they are temporarily using AI for the voices, but like they put everywhere that on a release they are working on getting it professionally voice acted for full release. So it is an active project. They're working on getting the voice acting there, and the AI voices is just kind of filler until that's done. I've turned those voices off, personally, because I don't want to support generative AI in any capacity. But just, addressing the elephant in the room on that one, they are doing a thing. Is this only available on Steam or on console too? I believe it's Steam only for now, but it would think. It's nice that they have a huge disclaimer to allow you to turn it off. Yeah. No, that's the thing. And I know there's a lot of people who've been having pretty negative responses to that, which is the reason I wanted to address it right on the get-go. Of the devs who have done like generative AI as like part of the process, it's one of those things. We won't get into the generative AI discussion right now, Grimmix. It's one I normally will discuss, but sponsored segment, the focus is going to be on the game. But yeah. I'll just summarize it up. Most generative AI ends up stealing from people to then compete against them, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. There's a whole thing. Look up arguments against generative AI. It's that. Alright, so with that said, we're going to go ahead and start a brand new game, and all that good stuff. So we got our character customization and all that. So we can, go from muscular to like skinny to large. I'll just put it somewhere in the middle. We can have her height, which I'm assuming that's in centimeters. And we can change the size of their head, change their shoulder width, arm length, that's all fine. They have, male and female presenting. That's all fine. They can also randomize it. which really seems to want to just slam... Oh, never mind. That's all fine. I actually don't really care that much. You can toggle the armor on... Oh. Wow, man. Eat a sandwich. Like, this being straight up in the middle, that is a lean dude. That is not an average build. The average build would be... Hell, I don't think they have an average build. Even down here, this dude's got some muscles. It's whatever. Alright, so go next. So now we've got our heads, which are just some like various head shapes we've got here. Not super worried. We don't want to spend the whole time just on this. But yeah, so it looks like we got a whole lot of character customization we go. Just roll the dice a couple of times. Sure, why not? Because like I said, I just want to kind of move on. Yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of customization. I just don't want to focus the entire time on the customization, since, you know, again, sponsor stream, the big point is to actually cover what's in the game. Character name, we'll just do Rual Storge for right now. So yeah, so you've got, like, raids, where, like, there's raids can happen in general, raids can hit your, outposts. I'm gonna leave it all on whatever the default is. Apparently, multiple threats at once is off by default, so if you're already being attacked, you can't be attacked by something else. We've got everything at their baseline, so you can sit there and turn up or down melee damage if you wanted. So it looks like there's lots of customization against the combat stuff. The fishing difficulty, show dialogue choice. The camera can be static or dynamic. All that's fine. Yes. So I'm curious what's going to ask me to choose the map. Because they mentioned a new map, which is kind of the big focuses of this update. Unless they overlooked it in the settings, I don't think it did.
Isn't it funny how one small decision can have consequences that ripple through history? Or are we victims of a predetermined path? Was it chosen for you the day you visited your favorite woods on your 10th birthday? Was it destiny that the royal family were hunting there at the same time? From a tree on high, you watched as Prince Voldar and Princess Osen laughed, talked, and tracked wild animals without a care in the world. And you watched in helpless horror as a stray arrow bolted through the trees, hitting the prince in the chest like a lightning strike. Just like that, the prince was dead. And when the princess found you standing over her brother's dead body, it felt as though the gods were playing a cruel trick on you all. In the panic and confusion, you ran from the scene as fast as your legs would carry you. Fueled by rage and grief, the king demanded the head of any child who fit your description. Fearing for your life, your father asked a friend to bring you far away. Away from the king's wrath. In the middle of the night, you were taken from your home and brought away on horseback. In tears, you called out to your mother, but it was too late. Your old life was over. For years, you hid from the royal family, your resentment growing. You heard stories of your homeland, the rise and fall of a rebellion, the death of the king, and the reign of the evil Queen Osen. But on the eve of your 20th birthday, your guardian, the man who smuggled you out of Carvinia and kept you safe all these years, was brutally killed by a mysterious assassin. As he died in your arms, his hand clutched a coin with a strange sigil emblazoned upon it. A clue. Now, you have returned to your homeland for answers. Through choice or through fate, vengeance would be yours. But how will you fare in a land you no longer recognize?
I must have seen either FG or Belinar do the cinematic because I'm like, oh, I definitely recognize that. Even though I know I've not played the game because I had to get the key and everything to play it. But yeah. Okay, the note. From reading the notes, the new map is an end game zone rather than a starting choice. Gotcha. So we would have to work our way up to there. All right. Okay, so talk to DeBron Yorklin. Chapter 1, Harandine. Harandine is believed to be the oldest settlement in the village in the lowlands, but conflict was sown into its very foundation. Within years of its establishment, the settlers of Harandine became divided on the growth of their village. Some wanted to expand to the north, while others wanted to stay closer to the valley. My grandmother told me the stories of the early settlers, recalls Rosetta O'Mary, a 101-year-old woman who spent her entire life in Harandine. The folks here barely had enough building to shelter everyone, and yet still bickered day and night about the future of the village. They decided to appoint the first elder for leadership, but those who wanted to push north sabotaged the election, and a chicken ended up as an elder. Not a figure of speech, a literal chicken. The chicken was said to be an uninspiring, indecisive leader, and a human took over as the elder post a month later. Alright, so we're supposed to talk to this person. I'm assuming that's the exclamation mark on our map. Okay, so the immediate things I'm noticing is we do have what I'm assuming is a hunger gauge. We have two different things that look like food. I'm assuming the green bar is stamina, the red bar is probably health. We have gold, and then whatever the other thing is, like reputation. Robin Hobb. Keep going. Sorry, I'm not looking for any trouble. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Oh, can't see the full map? Alright, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna quickly move my camera just a little bit over there. And of course the UI disappeared when that happened, so I can't really tell how my positioning of my camera is. That'll have to do. Gotcha. And then I have, like, right next to me, I've got, like, where we are, I assume reputation or fame. I'm a stranger. And, like, the more local region. So it looks like we're looking for whoever this person is. I think we need to talk, traveler. You're a new face around here. New faces showing up rarely ends well for this village. I have the duty of my village first and foremost. I need to know who you are and why you came here. Let's see. I mean you no harm. I came to the lowlands looking for some answers. Excuse me, have I done something to offend you? I'm gonna go with the looking for some answers. Looking for answers, huh? In a perfect world, I could give you all the information you need and you could be on your way. But speaking openly can be a death sentence these days. As long as you're asking questions, you're putting us in danger. Let's see. Do you have your permission to stay in your village for now, at least? No. But you have my permission to build a shelter in the outskirts of the village. Come back once you've set up, and maybe you'll be able to earn your keep. So, I'll just do that. I plan to earn your trust one way or another. Okay, so we need... Oh. Building and construction. Your first shelter, a shack. To do so, press B to open up the constructions menu and select shack and place it on the ground. Each construction requires resources to build. Building a shack shouldn't be a problem for you, but later on, hired villagers will help you with your home and more complex structures. You cannot place buildings too close to existing villagers. Finding a good spot close to all sorts of resources is your first big decision that will affect the logistics and strategies. He goes, hey, person, you've just started this game. Make the biggest decision that'll be relevant for your entire thing. Alright, so... So we have no knowledge about anything. Fair enough. Well, we're not very good at petting the cat, but we did pet the cat. So that's important. So I'm assuming I have to be out in the striped area on the map, because this still feels very much like I am in town. There's some kind of diamond over here. Now, other than tree and rock, I don't really know what is what. Belongs to nearby villagers. Okay, so that's just someone else is staying there. So we're still too close because it's things. Reminding you of that housing decision in Ultima Online. Oh, man. That goes way back. So we got trees here. I had a couple different types of plants here. I don't know if those are relevant to anything. But I've got a little bit of an opening at a crossroads. So, being that I know nothing else about the game, like what type of stuff. So personal check, place construction site. Okay, so we can rotate it. So I'll put the entryway facing the road. So that requires a tool. Alright, so we're just grabbing a bunch of berries and all that because I don't know what I'm doing yet. And it's highlighted, and therefore it's going in my pocket. I'm also noticing when we grab these berry bushes, we apparently grab the berry bush. We don't just grab a handful of berries, we take the bush with us. Alright, we have history, folklore, settlement, army, tech tree. So I'm not seeing anything that's like a, hey, go craft your stuff. So I'm assuming I just need to find sticks or something. Yeah, because I'm assuming that's like grass or something that we're missing here. I think it said flax. Did it say flax? It says add construction material. We got a couple of sticks. It doesn't, at least I don't see it saying flax. It does show like some type of vegetation. Gotcha, so I apparently need to find really small trees that we can kind of break up with our bare hands. And I'm assuming there's going to be a maximum carry weight we deal with. So right now I'm just grabbing everything that isn't bolted down. And then we'll try going back and seeing what we can build. Give me a sapling. Which is another tried and true survival game classic. My inventory is full. I understand. Alright, so let's run back down over here and see about trying to see what we can place here. And they've got a picture over there. Apparently there's something about purple flowers. Okay, so there's something about purple flowers over there. Ah, I see. Yeah, so it does mention flax over here. I see what you're talking about. Okay, so inventory. Alright. So I was able to eat a berry to give myself some more stamina. So we're looking for purple flowers. Okay, really don't think I need more berries right now. Yeah, so we got the rock and all that. A flowering plant that has fibers that can be used for many things. Native to lowlands, grows mostly in fields, can be planted in a farm. Oh, those are purple over there. There we go. The ominous every time I grab something for the first time, and you know, we're getting our lore or whatever, it's like, bang. Then you're like, hey man, I grabbed a flower. It's a pretty big deal. Okay. Hey, we've got our personal shack. Living extremely well. Okay, so it looks like our food does spoil. We do have crude stones and all that. And I've unlocked a new tier of technology. This shack provides you a personal space to sleep along with a private chest. Alright, so there was a technology section. So you can make a research desk. One worker can use it to research new buildings and craftables. Campfire, small primitive heat source for cooking, requires wood to maintain the fire. We can get an outhouse. Housing tent. Oh, that is a really big tech tree. Okay, well. Yeah, so right now, I can make a simple workbench. Oh, do I already have that? Maybe I have to get this first? Maybe I just have it. Okay, we do already have it. Alright, so we'll need the simple workbench. That's going to be 3 flax, 3 crude stone, and some wood. So let's go ahead and place a construction for our workbench. Okay, so I need some flax and a crude stone. Go grab the flax. And I'm sure we'll end up wanting a lot of this stuff. Okay, there's a crude stone. Alright, inventory is full again. So I can pop over here. Alright. Cool, so I can start making equipment. So I want the axe. The best way to see in the dark, probably an axe. And that. So the axe I need crude stone and wood. Alright, so we're going to run into some serious inventory problems. Oh, it just happens once you have the materials. Okay. We have a weapon. Alright, so for the axe, I need 6 wood and 2 stone. I'm probably going to need to get other things built. Yeah, and I realize there's the room in the tent. So plan construction for right now for the research bench. It'll be right there. Okay, that's to get rid of items we don't want. A tent provides shelter for your settlers, can only accommodate 2 people, so build enough to make it last. So add a little bit more room to build that when we have the chance. Okay, that'll help with our overabundance of flax. And let's see. A campfire we'll just place right up here in the middle. Alright, so you can go to the chest for anything we didn't have there. So check there. And the berries, a lot of them are going to spoil before we get to them. Alright, so I need just picking up lots of things. Then keep grabbing the flax, keep grabbing the stone, keep grabbing the sticks. And I assume I want to actually get the axe before some of the other stuff. Just because the axe, I'll be able to use that to cut down trees and presumably get more stone. As opposed to making the buildings, which, you know, have their uses, but if I don't make it so I can get a hold of materials reasonably well, becomes a whole thing. Alright, so we got mushrooms. I was say, is this the point where we grab some random mushroom in the forest that we don't know and, you know, make some fairly final decisions? Alright. But yeah, and as a reminder, like, this is sponsored. They do have, like, their big update that they've got a whole bunch of content added to the game and all that. So it is one of those things. But, if you do click on the link either on the top or in that message, it will ultimately take you to, like, the page about the game and everything. And it lets them know that you found the game through the channel. So it does help out when you click on those things. Because like I said, it is just a thing like, oh, this game looks interesting. You know, let the devs know where you found it. Because that's the kind of stuff that gets them to come back and sponsor the channel in the future. Alright. Can I eat more berry now? And then pick you up. Yeah, no, the food system, it's definitely one of those things that looks like the food is for buffs. So with this, I should be able to get the axe. Cool. And then there's also the torch, which requires some wood. In the meantime, we can check our inventory. We'll drop some crude stone there. You have a torch already? They did not give me an EST on the release date, but first weapon slot. That's not a torch. That's a that's. Oh, actually, I meant to make a club. My apologies. I meant to make a club, but it is a torch. You are correct. I made the wrong thing. But yeah, so thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. So far, like, I haven't run into anything that's felt bad or otherwise. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I was really expecting that we'd get logs and wood from that. I'm guessing... Yeah, so log is giant and takes up a lot of inventory. That checks out. Yeah, so you need more wood and more logs. Hey dear, how's it going? Okay, so that's interesting. So... Alright, so we need wood for this. Yeah, so I need a bunch of wood for that, a bunch of wood for this. Need a bunch of wood for this. Need a bunch of wood for this. I need another log. So it's interesting having it where, like, log and stick, like... Guessing it's... Gotcha, so it's a big enough tree, I was getting more than one log out of it. I see. I don't think I had any more than needed logs. Alright. You left stuff on the ground? Yeah, no, I'm getting it. Keep in mind, these logs here, they take up this much inventory space. They're this giant 3x3 thing. So I can only carry like 1 or 2 of those at a time. Alright. So I'm looking for sticks. You keep chopping to make wood? Not that I saw. It looked like I only had the option to chop it when the tree was just too big. Otherwise, the same button I was using to chop it is the button that I used to pick it up as well. So it does feel like there's going to be a collection of sticks. I'm sure there's going to be ways to do it. I know a big part of this game is that you get people who work in your village or whatever, and you can have them go out and do stuff for you. So I'm imagining a big part of it is you will just be like, hey person, go get me sticks. And then just let them sort it out. Wait, what am I seeing over here that's red dots? Should probably not go after the red dots. That's likely the game being like, hey buddy, just so you know, you go over here to die. Because I'm running around in the dark. Not a whole lot of food or anything in me. And just doing the best we can. One of the big things they've added is they've added trade routes. So my understanding is a lot of players, when they first start playing the game, you make your one big settlement and you're not near all the resources. And so it becomes a whole thing where my understanding is you set up the trade routes, like say you've got like an iron mine off in the distance, you can, you know, work on bringing that stuff over to you. Alright, so I think for this one... Alright, we got a research bench. Okay, select a thing to study. So I was actually kind of hoping to do is sort it by, like, time. No worker available. Okay, so it looks like I have to have someone else do that for me. That's okay. And my inventory here, we will eat a mushroom. We will eat a berry. Managing settlements. The more powerful your settlement becomes, the more likely they are to attract raiding parties. Invest into guards to better gear them to fight back. Build outposts. Don't limit yourself to one settlement. You may need resources from other corners of the region. You can find all the useful information on your town overview. Alright, I mean, I don't have any of those things, but sure. So let's go back over here. I'll drop you in there. And we did break our torch. So repair. Gotcha. Okay, so I can repair the torch, it just costs me a wood. So that's not too bad. So if we do end up having it where we have someone running around collecting wood for me, then I can add like a torch or two in my inventory. I'm sure sooner or later I'll end up making like stone walls or something where I'm gonna need tons of that stuff. All right. So we can go back to our house. It also looks like when you go to build it, there's like you almost kind of agree to put a material someplace and then you put it. So I'm partly wondering if later on we're putting sticks here to like give us the option to do stone instead. Oh, interesting. So we're cooking a mushroom. Alright. So you can drop these rocks off, drop you off, drop you off. Eat a berry. Okay, so we're gonna have ourselves some first roast mushroom. Let the night pass a little ways. And it's now raining. But yeah, so it definitely seems like the first workers we're going to want is probably just someone to run around and like grab sticks and wood and stone and however that, like just some type of resource gather. We don't know mechanically how that's going to work, and don't spoil it if you do. But my assumption is we'll assign them and they'll just do the things. Alright, so we got ourselves a roasted mushroom. Would you look at that? That's actually legitimate food right there. Okay. I wish I had another stick so I could go fix my torch. Alright, so we're too close to the village. I'm not allowed to harvest over here. I wonder if your villagers could put supplies in building spot for you when you're done. Oh, I'm pretty sure the villagers like you can sit there and like be like build this building, and if the supplies are there, I'm pretty sure they can do that. I'm also noticing on the mini-map there's actual icons for different stuff you can grow and all that. Okay, there are a lot of berry bushes. Okay, grabbed a couple more mushrooms. How are we doing inventory-wise? We are full. Okay, so this time let's go and get that. Yeah, no, I'm noticing, like, there's an icon warning me that there's, like, flax over here. It's got a thing signifying that there's a bunch of stuff over here. So it looks like you have, like, little icons that kind of tell you, hey, there's flax and sage over there. So that's good news. But yeah, we definitely want to get the torch back up so we're not running around in the dark. It's also good to know that we can cook the mushrooms to get them to be far stronger. So before we start building that, let me go pop over here. Okay, that's all being cooked. Alright, so we made a torch. Alright. Alright, so we got a second tent for them. There's a bunch of people walking by, but I don't want to burn my mushrooms, so we're going to grab the mushrooms first. Excuse me, I'm a tight schedule with my duties. How can I help you quickly? Just checking in. Anything unusual? All is well, but we're keeping an eye out. Duty calls. Carry on, then. This tent will provide shelter for your settlers. It can accommodate 2 people, so build enough for anyone who might need it. Alright, so with that, we have the camp chest. Small shared storage where workers will bring produced materials, food, and other gear. Alright, we can go ahead and queue that up. Right now, I'll put that kind of over here by my tent. Okay. Yeah, so the berries are going to go. So now I get to see if the berries, when they go bad, if they turn to rot, or if they just vanish from my inventory, or like what actually happens to them. Oh. It just topped off. That's interesting. Okay. Don't actually need the sage. All right. A new dawns. Villager awakened, trade orders renew, and the quests may await discovery. Alright, so let's go ahead and drop this stuff off. This game reminds you of Ark. I mean, it is a survival crafter. Where you go and you build your stuff. There's a lot of games in this genre. My understanding, though, is this has a lot more of a you build a colony, community, town, whatever you want to say. Manage unfinished structure. Alright. So we get a spoiled food. Oh, it's got 50 storage. Okay. I was about to be like, excuse me, that little? Okay, so in this case... Oh, that's not what I want. Grab all of this junk I'm tossing in here. You want to move it over there. Because I'm sure almost all of this is stuff that we'll want to have our community have access to. Oh, don't worry. Someday I am gonna eat you, dear. Someday I'm gonna eat you, and I'm gonna make a joke where I go, oh dear. And everyone will cringe. As it was meant to be. Most of the time in these kind of games, what you do with spoiled food is you either turn it into like fertilizer or something of that nature. Alright, so let's go ahead and... That's fine. Let's go ahead and head back to town. Because the guy was like, you're not allowed to stay in this here town. We don't trust you. You ask the questions. And so I had to go out there. Hello, can I help you with something? Could you tell me about yourself? Oh, absolutely. I'm Eliza Greenberg, defender of the defenseless and sworn enemy of all banditry at your service. Did you know I once fought off a whole gang of bandits with nothing but a wooden spoon and a winning smile? That's amazing. How'd you do it? Well, in my dreams I did, but I'm sure I could do it in real life too. Have there been many threats from bandits? Yeah, unfortunately, there have been quite a few threats from bandits lately. And don't get me started on the menacing way the wind blows through the trees. Clearly a secret bandit messages. We must remain vigilant. How do you plan to keep the village safe? I'm so glad you asked. I've developed a foolproof plan involving strategically placed mud and an army of trained chickens. Oh, and I'm knitting some really intimidating sweaters for our brave defenders. Thanks for sharing. Good luck with your endeavors. Okay, I was curious if those are the kind of people that we would walk up to and be like, would you like to join my village? And then, you know, you'd do whatever thing you needed to do to convince them to join your village. Nope, instead that seems to be a person who's just going to, Did you stomp on that chicken? Instead, she's just going to say things that... Okay, so I'm assuming an animal person there. How can I be of service to you today? Perhaps you'd like my fine wares? I traveled here from Wisterfield. I'm trying to gather information. Well, that puts me in a bit of a difficult situation. You see, we have to be very wary of newcomers in our village. And defying that rule is more than just my job here is worth. Speak to him yourself. But you're still willing to trade me despite the lack of trust? Of course. I'm not so paranoid that I'll turn away a potential customer. I still have to eat. Anything else? Let's see what you got for sale. Okay, so you've got like hides and arrows and all that. I've got this. So selling wise, so I can sell them like simple axes, cooked meat, feathers. I see. So it's gonna be one of those ones that like certain merchants will have certain things they want, and you accommodate them. You again? Let's see. Give me a chance to earn your trust. If I fail, I'll leave you alone. There's still things I need to do here. Nothing has changed since yesterday. I'll tell you what. We actually have one problem you could try to help resolve. If you're willing to, of course. Go ahead, what is it? You see, we're suffering an economic downturn the likes of nuts. It gets cold around here, specifically close to mountains. If you want to keep yourselves warm, we need fur for it. Rabbit or wolf pelts. Well, we get in a little discussion on how things should work in the village regarding payment. And I guess you couldn't agree on that little issue? He honestly doesn't want to work with us anymore, but Herndine mostly depends on him to provide. I want to convince him to deliver. If you can bring us rabbit fur too, it would be very much appreciated. But we can't expect you to do that every day. We need to be self-sufficient with our fur trapping. So the priority is the traps. The rabbit's fur would be a bonus. Take care of that, and I will consider your request. Why do I get a feeling there's still plenty of tests to come? Who knows? I'll see how you do on this test, but first, go find us Hunter. To find him, you'll have to talk to Amelie first. She's a bit of a troublemaker, but her heart's in the right place, so I have to tell her myself. She has a good relationship with everyone in the village and knows nearly everything that goes on around here. If anyone can point you in the right direction, it's her. Alright. Yeah, that's what'll do. Okay, meanwhile... Denzies of the Lowlands, your Lord Ashburn has decreed rewards for those who expose collaborators against our realm. Should you uncover treacherous plots, bounties, a bounty of riches, gold, silver, and gems, and fertile lands await your loyal hands. Stay vigilant, for the Lord's favors and graces those who protect our land from the shadowy threat of betrayal. As the sun of the gratitude rises, it bathes most warmly those who with steadfast loyalty shield Ashbourne from within. Cool. Wolves. Residents, a pack of wolves have been sighted in our community, posing a threat to both villagers and livestock. Please stay vigilant and avoid traveling alone, especially at dusk. Skilled hunters are needed to assist. Everyone who believes they can handle the challenge, please volunteer with Elder Drobin to fight the beasts. People of the Lowlands, it is with great import that I announce the upcoming election for the position of the esteemed Elder of the village of Bradford. One of the candidates for this vital role is none other than your current Elder, Petra Sten, who is known for his courage and wisdom, vying for your vote against the electoral opposition. Candidates, express your noble intentions at the village square, the heart of our community. Your voices will be heard when the time is right. This pivotal decision will carve destiny for our beloved Bradford. Spread this message across the Lowlands. Let every villager know about it. The Unity, the Great Consul Lord Ashburn, ruler of the Lowlands. All taxpayers for Lowlands. Lord Ashburn, in the noble wisdom, calls the modest increase of the contributions to the community. Fear not, for the coins shall blossom into the citadels and walls and bridges fortifying our realm against adversity. Rejoice as prosperity dawns under the benevolent gaze of Lord of the Lowlands. I thought this was going to be like a quest board. I am not reading that much. Alright. I was expecting that to be like some type of quest board or something like that. So you give me booze. What do you give me? bookseller. And who might you be? I'm a traveler from Wishfield, and I was hoping to ask some questions. My sincerest apologies, but I cannot assist you in inquiries at the moment. Harding is the most guarded community due to its treacherous times we find ourselves in. I advise you to start this discourse with the Elder and learn how you can contribute to the village. Then we may be more open to your inquisitive nature. Why do you need the Elder's permission to answer questions? We have learned through many trials to be wary of outsiders such as yourself. Trust is not handed out here freely. It must be earned. That makes sense. I'll work on earning the villagers' trust. Anything else? I've got some gold to spare. You got anything to offer? Okay. Gotcha. So I apparently can buy books that would give me skills and other things. That's good to know. And then you buy booze, or sell booze. I'm assuming you don't buy your product. Unless you're really bad at business. So we can go everything. As it was written. Yeah, and we've been kind of told that, like, the kingdom here is kind of tyrannical. Well, we pet the cat, we definitely need to pet the dog. And we seem to be much better at petting the dog than the cat. The cat we kind of missed, but we just kind of pet next to the cat. Which I assume just angered the cat internally to a great degree. Can I also pet the cow? Poor cow. You deserve more love. Alright. I've got gold to spend. Balance sits at 0. Hey, I can lie. Greetings, newcomer. Say, have we met before? Your face looks awfully familiar. You have to be Amelie. Elder told me that you know where I can find the hunter Lubomir. I am. What can I do for you? Lumir, do you know him? Unfortunately, I need to find him. He's in the forest just up the hill, not far from the village. Perhaps bring a book so you have something to do while he rants at you? Thanks, I think. I don't see a reason to not eat the mushrooms, considering everything rots in this game. Nope, wrong hunter. All right. There, that should be enough berries to probably last me the next day. Alright. What are you looking at? It's dangerous to wander around the woods alone. Haven't you heard about the wolves or the bandits lurking in the area? You don't look like the hunting type, so what are you doing here? Let's see, wolves and bandits are there? Are the bandits riding on the wolves or something? Or Eldon Dorban sent me. He asked for traps if you have them. The people at Harding are in need. Ah, the people at Harding. Of course, now they need me. Not gonna work with them. Dorban has no respect for my craft. He doesn't value everything I've contributed to the danged village. And until he does, they can fend for themselves. Let's see. Can you help me at least? I need to build trust with the Elder, and nobody in the village ever wants to talk to me. You're asking for help, but you don't know a thing about me, or what I went through. I used to be a respected member of the community. Even could have been Elder if I wanted to. But they degraded me because I refused to be a slave to Ashburn's puppets. So I left. Still tried to contribute it from a distance, provided them with fur, food, created traps for the sake of the village. They wanted more. When I asked for better pay, the elder said no. Actually warned me to not ask again. At one point, he said he'd speak to the brigands about my behavior. Let's see, I don't want to offend anyone, but it seems Hemburn isn't wealthy enough to pay you. So, basically, he's saying I'm not being compensated fairly for my craft, and that, you know, they were pretty just mean about it. And so the options we have here is basically being like, yo, they're basically pretty broke, so it's not like they could pay you if they wanted to. Or we can just sympathize, and that sounds rough. I'm gonna go with just sympathizing, because I have no idea. He could be like, you don't know, Hayden's sitting on a literal gold mine. It's right there. It's literally gold. That does sound rough. Yeah, well, the fine Hardeen don't agree with you. That's why I have to leave that life behind. What do you mean? Let's make an arrangement. You need traps. I can teach you how to make them, so you can catch smaller animals. You look like someone who can get things done. I don't know why, but I feel like you have a lot going on inside your head. I'm willing to join you if you provide me shelter and food. Together, we can make each other's lives easier in this land. So, can we cooperate? So we literally don't get a choice. I'm going to have this person join. But they're a gourmand and a prodigy. And they seem to have the best skills in cooking, seems to be their strong suit. Your villagers can be assigned to one of 3 roles at any given time. A worker fulfills crafting and production for the settlement, a companion travels with you and follows your commands, or a guard that patrols and defends your settlement from danger. You can command your companions by giving them contextual orders with E to attack, harvest, move. Try it yourself. It is vital that your villagers stay well fed. Going hungry will cause your companions and workers guard to stop what they're doing in order to find food. The better the food, the longer they can work. So the very first thing I'm going to do is ignore all this other stuff and run on down here. I already know I'm going to probably need some more sticks. But I think we live over here. Because I'm going to assign this guy to just work around our home to bring us supplies and all that. Because my assumption is early game, you just basically don't have, like, anything. And you have your, like, you know, your workers start getting stuff up. So we did already get a home for him to sleep in, because I figured, you know, we were going to want another person no matter what. And we couldn't talk to the elder for the next day. Okay. Order.
Hold the position.
How do I change? Oh, here. Working as companion. Yeah, so you have you here. Ah, here we go. Worker. Waiting for employment. Research a small trap to help your new settlement. No, I queued one up, but which one? Yeah, I already have that queued up. Alright, so that's interesting stuff. So I think he's grabbing materials to help there. I guess I'm going to chop down a couple trees nearby. Just because. Okay. So we saw he started researching. I think he's getting materials. I don't know what he's doing. It's probably fine. Or not. Ah. So logs are really heavy. Even in that storage. So take those. So for the moment, they're not filling up that chest. Okay, in theory, that guy is researching what's there. We do have some mushrooms. I'll make sure to drop a couple mushrooms in there too. All right. So probably want to keep grabbing stuff. And most likely what's going to end up happening here. So I wonder like the really small trees. Gotcha. So the really small trees give me wood. That's good to know. Alright, so research finished. Small trap. Let your settler craft a trap at a simple workbench. Okay. Manage workers. Select a recipe to add. Small trap. One off. Actually. Pop up. Keep one trap in stock. In the meantime, let's queue up the next one. It's certainly a look. Like, person with, like, you know, the fur vest and everything, like, just sitting over his book, like, doing science. It's not the vibe you expect. Alright. Yeah, so we've got him working right now. And my assumption is have opportunities to get more and more people as time goes on. Cool. He's a Renaissance man. Where are you taking that log? I say I know that box is full. Alright, so he's off doing his thing. Making a trap for me. Yeah, so my assumption of what happens is he will go off and get stuff to top off my stuff that I need crafted and all that. So we can do that. Did we unlock anything else I can build yet? Because these don't seem to have a lot of storage space. put another one there and just see what he does. Okay, gave me a small trap. Let yourselves trap a trap at the simple bench. Pick up a trap and set it yourself in a dense forest with bait. Okay. So let's go find some areas. And I'm assuming dense forest is just the dark green. So let's see if we can't find some like berries or something like that. And we'll chuck down the trap. So I'm assuming this qualifies as dense forest. All right. So now I got to figure out how to use a trap. Okay, bring 2 small traps to Dorbin. Bring 1 pelt in your inventory optional. So I assume if we check, I do have that set, and it's going to require a lot of wood to keep that built. So let's keep collecting wood nearby. I smell fresh herbs in the air, lifts my spirits. Welcome to my garden adventure. Let's see, what items do you have purchased for today? Okay, so I can buy seeds from them, and I can sell mushrooms to him. Fair enough. So our helper person is going and running around and grabbing flax and all sorts of goodies. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious like the harvesting, like, do they harvest stuff nearby? Like what the prioritization system is. There's definitely gonna be things to figure out there. Alright, so still working on that. You can step on over here. That's a little concerning. So you've got the flax coming in. Wonder how late this guy is open. Actually, was it that way? No, it's this way. Because it might be able to sell him those mushrooms. At least have the tiniest bit of gold. Don't put the log back in the chest? Yeah, it is what it is. I'm just kind of accepting it. It can just be there until such time it gets used. It probably won't be that long. Okay. I would like to commit a commerce. Alright, I'd like to see what items you have. Sell. I would like to sell some mushrooms. Thank you for purchasing my mushrooms. Because that gives me my very first gold. Alright, need to keep our food going to keep our buffs up. Okay, so we can go here, and the next one for research is a plank shield. Alright, so we need to get some flax. That should be okay. We can just run over here to one of these areas with all the flowers and look for some loose stuff. Are you chopping down trees? I mean, you're going to bed now. That's fine, so we got a field over here. We just need to find some flax, keep that all going. 'Cause I think it was just 3 flax to make the box. I imagine it's probably one of those things that later on you'll be like, okay, this is the flax box. It's for flax. This is the wood box. It's for wood. This is, you know, have each box be dedicated. That way when you're having your people like processing stuff, you don't have to worry about an overabundance of one material blocking you from getting another material. Okay, so our inventory is full. Yeah, so you get this other box, there's a good chance you'll be able to get 2 more traps made. If we get 2 more traps made, we can go ahead and get those over to Dobrun. All right. And we can just slam a mushroom real quick. Cool. Oh, we want to eat the cooked mushroom because that'll just go bad in a second we don't. Okay. We've got to think about maintaining traps. I'll just make those myself. Small trap, small trap. Alright. Yeah, it looks like we actually gain skills. That, for example, making the wooden spear, I have to gain enough skill to make the wooden spear. We are starting to get a little bit of whatever that, like, renowned, well-known, whatever. That's slowly getting there. And once we craft this, we're going to go ahead and pop by our trap out in the woods and see if it's got anything in it. I assume that's the thing we're going to have to, like, maintain, is, like, going out there, you know, putting bait in the trap, getting the pelts out. I assume that's another thing that workers can help me with as well. But as a reminder, this is a sponsored segment, so the devs behind Bellwright are sponsoring the channel today. Just kind of promoting their new major update that had a whole bunch of Whole bunch of stuff to the map, all that kind of stuff. Bunch of new animals, new quest story, all that. Alright, with that I got everything he wanted. Was there food in there? There was 2 pieces of raw meat. Okay, and what we can do over here... So we can manage... I mean, yeah, this just looks like they'll cook stuff as there's available options. Yeah, I guess workers will automatically be assigned. Make sure that you have enough workers to be. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, so it looks like the workers, if there's food, will automatically take the time to cook it. In the meantime, let's run to town. We could bring them our pelts and all that. But yeah, that should be good if we can get people, because it seems like the people will manage their own food. It's just, you know, you want to give them better food. But at a minimum, if they don't have food, they'll just stop and go seek out food. So them, like, actively starving to death doesn't sound like it's a thing I gotta worry about. The big thing is we need to make sure they have the infrastructure available to pursue better food, because otherwise they'll spend more and more time getting food and less time actually doing the things we want them to do. Are you sleeping in there? I'm guessing he's sleeping inside of there, so I can't actually reach him right now. Huh. I'm also amused at the idea you have the innkeeper, who is currently sleeping on the ground out in the rain, rather than sleeping in his unoccupied room. It's rough in this town being an innkeeper. You have to lay down in the mud and sleep there. That's some bugs? No, it's early access. I'm not sure that's a bug. I think that's just the way it's set up. It's just mechanically, that's the place you stay. Yeah, that belongs in a nearby village. Yeah, so we're just gonna have to wait till it's daytime. So we might just try and run back and try sleeping for the very first time. But yeah, so far I haven't noticed any real bugs or anything like that. I mean, it's early access, so there's a strong possibility. Alright, so we can pop in here real quick. Sleep until morning. Four days until winter. I don't feel ready for winter. Can we talk about it? I don't feel ready for winter. Like, when did we show up in town? Like, mid-fall? Well, I haven't looked. So we've got our tech tree, that's fine. We got our squad, we got a journal. Apparently there's an army mechanic. Missing resources at desk 1, that's fine. Attributes. Gotcha. So it is showing our leveling on stuff. So I have level 1 harvesting as my first thing that's working up. And pretty much everything else is not leveled. That's fine. I'd rather have like a slow and meaningful leveling system than, you know, one where you just spend one day and you max it out kind of thing. So it's, you know, it's kind of just meaningless. All right. The curiosity is I'm sure we'll unlock the ability to farm, but that'll be figuring stuff out. You're back. Did you manage to convince him? Here's your fur. Don't ask how. Are we good yet? That's good. Real impressive. Unfortunately, that's not the end. I need something more from you. You see, we have a problem with wolves, and someone has to take care of them. Have you lost your mind? Hunting rabbits is one thing, but fighting wolves? It sounds dangerous. I'm not sure if I'm ready. I need to think about it. I'm going to sit there and be like, you've lost your mind fighting wolves? You showed me that you're true to your word, but I need more to trust you. Will you do this for me or not? Fine. I'll bring you wolf pelts as a trophy. Excellent. So we're definitely going to get mauled. Yeah, so right now we're still considered a stranger, but we're about halfway into whatever is after stranger. Wait. Did you oh, it was the cat. For a moment running by, I was like, did you just say I could pet the chicken? Because I'd pet the chicken. Good kitty. So you want me to kill 2 wolves? Alright, so let's go see, because I noticed it mentioned you grabbed the log, and I'm not sure why you're grabbing logs. I don't really have a need for logs. And there's soup. Oh! Oh, you're cooking. My apologies. Gotcha, so that requires rope. We don't have rope. That requires cord. That requires tin ore. Ah, here we go. A foraging camp. I don't know what you do, but alright. Can you research a wood mill? You can research a wood mill? Maybe. I don't know. Again, new to the game. So, you know, let me find things. Because you only get to play a game for the first time once. And after that, then you know stuff. You can never go back to that time you didn't know stuff. Here we go, a whole lot of mushrooms. So I'm not going to grab them all, but I'm going to grab like 10. I'm going to run back over here, and I'm going to see if I chuck the mushrooms into the box, if her buddy here will be so kind as to work on getting those. That's fine. Okay, so you're researching. That's good to see. All right. Okay, so what would it take for me to make a spear? Well, wood. And I'm guessing... Yeah, I don't have nearly 12 wood because it's probably continuously getting used. Okay, so we got another thing of rabbit. Yeah, so what I want to do is get enough for a spear for fighting the wolves. Because it feels like a spear would be a relatively good choice. The downside is I'm running out of trees nearby. Okay, I got more mushrooms over here. Not really worried about that right this second. Way more mushrooms over here. Alright, so we got a level in harvesting. And most likely there'll be some benefit to it. I don't think it's just going to be action speed. Alright, Luxray. I hear you. I hope you don't end up being like that, you know, too much pain from having the tooth pulled. It is one of those things that never feels good, but you hope at least not that bad. Which will probably be pretty sore tomorrow, but hopefully not too bad. If the dull ache puts enough to keep you awake. Yeah, that's usually what it's like the day or two after a tooth pull. It's kind of the same thing like when you were, like, if you've been in a car accident or whatever. That very genuinely, it's not like the next day you're just the embodiment of pain. It's just, you ache. You're just sore and you ache. With the same kind of tooth thing, like, in your jaw where your tooth was. Interesting. Ah, so there's tin over there for future reference. I'm open to business. Guarantee you won't be disappointed in any offer I have. What do you got available for purchase today? You'll sell me rope, strap, and simple cord. And you're willing to buy a lot of wood for next to nothing. Unfortunately for you, I do kind of need that. Alright, so it does not appear that there's looting enemies. It could be a thing that, had I gotten a hit on it, I may have, gotten something from it. Oh, part of me is wondering if we can just, like, nab the cart and take off with it. Where are we? Am I just in a different place? Oh, I'm way farther south than I was. Okay. That makes sense. I was like, man, why didn't I notice all these materials before? Yeah, so we got tin and all sorts of stuff down here. There are lots of bandits and brigands in the area. keep seeing their camps again and again. I'm going the right direction now, yeah. Yeah, so basically directly south of me, and then northwest of me, we got brigands in the area. So I assume at some point I'll want to like go out there with some type of armaments to deal with them. Probably not a thing to deal with until we got ourselves like either armor or something else to give me a good chance. I should have more than the 12. Oh, that's not. Hey, don't do that. Oh, it requires crafting level 2. Okay, yeah, that was a waste of time. Primitive club. All right. That's all fine. So I can go over here, plunk all the spare wood in there, the meat, and that. Drop the berries in there. And it'll eat a mushy mush. Alright, so I'm not feeling too confident on running up to a bunch of wolves and trying to thunk them with a stick, but that's where we're at in the game, and that's what we're gonna do. We're only one way to figure out how easy, hard, brutal, or whatever the combat is to go, you know, engage with it. Health and injuries. Sleeping restores health fully. When you or your companions lose a battle, they respawn but become injured for a certain amount of time. When they lose again before healing, they die forever. Injuries apply negative effects. Gotcha. So I can get downed, but like, if I don't want to seek penalties, I need to back off at that point and recover. So it means that way if like one of your companions gets unlucky and gets caught out or whatever, it's not too punishing. But like if your town's getting overrun, for example, that could be a different story. Yep, so we just basically stole stuff from a shrine, as you do. Here we got books and all that we'll probably want to use. Got a bunch more ore in the area. I'm curious how far your people are willing to travel from the actual settlement. All right. It looks like only one of them's chasing. All right. Combat. swipe left, swipe your mouse left, right, up, or down, and click. Okay, so we can direct our attacks doing that. Use right mouse button to direct. Okay, so it's yep, and then we can hold for a heavy attack. Observe your enemies carefully when they attack and block in the same direction. Remember that footwork and keeping your distance is key to success. There are plenty of weapons, swords, axes, bows, shields, and more. Advance your town to unlock technologies. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, so it's kind of... Alright. Alright, so we aggroed another one. Alright, so we got the 2 wolves and we're badly hurt, so let's not push our luck. We need 1 wolf to live, that way it can go and tell the others of its kind what happened here. It could leave us alone forever. Alright. So it's definitely gonna take some work. I'm also wondering if like the blocking down and to the right and left and up and that kind of stuff translates a lot better when you're actually like fighting things. And it looks like you got kind of a slow life regen. I believe the food gave us life regen from what I remember seeing. Let's also check real fast with the attributes. So we got harvesting. Ah, it's saying we can read a book now and benefit from that. So we did get a book on cooking. I have now consumed the book on cooking, I believe. Oh, you require level 3 to use the book on cooking. I see. So you basically gain the levels, and once you gain enough levels, you read a book to kind of like lock it in for benefits. Okay. There's a symbol there, and I'm not sure about what it is still. Okay, so we can just run on over here, getting our thing done. Yes? Regarding the wolves. Wait, you're back again? Surely you didn't. I got the pelts from the wolves as requested. They won't be a problem anymore. I don't know what to say. Thank you. It's much appreciated. Can you continue your investigation in Hardin now? Yeah, suppose you can. Even though I might question your mental state for taking on those wolves, you've shown you're no danger to us. Indeed, you seem to be more danger to yourself. Let's see. Before we go, I have a question for you. Who is Lord Ashburn? He's Lord of the Lowlands, and he gave us the role by the Queen herself, and it doesn't matter. Go now, young one. I believe you have a matter to investigate. I see. Thank you for the information. I'll go now. Anything else? Let's see, do you need my help with anything? Unfortunately, I have no job for you. Alright, anything else? I want to ask you something. What would you like to know? Can you tell me a little bit more about, Hardin? This village is close to my heart. I was born here. I will likely die here. My ancestors among the oldest of the lowlands, closest land as their home. Despite our modest means, we have found contentment in working the land with simplicity. If you're the first here, then why are you not in charge of the lowlands? I think my ancestors didn't want to have an army or garrison to protect this land, and true to the principles of my people, we have never been fond of any kind of authority. When the first usurper, Lord Robert Coupe, came, Hardeen resisted cooperating with authority. Our village's refusal created animosity with the Hordeen, and a rift that still lingers this day. Hordeen, what was their role in the history? We have the same origin, but they decided to leave our traditions and choose a life with Lord Coupe. You received more information from the Hordeen people. Thank you for your time. Anything else? I would like to know, you were born here? I was born here in Hardeen. Under this very same roofs, my family, the Yorklands, have held sway in the village since its inception. It's a tradition that runs deep in our blood. That's quite a legacy. Was it difficult for you to take leadership of Hardeen? It is, or it was, especially when 10 years ago my father and the whole family rebelled against the king. I was left here alone without any guidance. Village survived, my closest ones not. I'm sorry to hear that. So, now you're the last of Yorklands? Yes, I am, but I hope to continue my family's legacy, even if not, my name will die with me. Let's see. I hope you'll be able to restore it. Thank you. Do you want to know anything else? Actually, I have no more questions. Can I help you? Hope to see you again soon. Let's see. The oldest village in the lowlands is settled by proud independent people seeking fertile land and freedom. Despite limited prosperity, Hardeen has remained peaceful, living off the land and basic tools. Gotcha. So you can get all your lore. We got a bunch of text box now, so I guess I gotta talk to random people for story reasons. What brings you to the coop today? Looking for fine fowl? Is there something I can help you with? You gotta help me. I'm losing chickens. Every night, more gone. Those hens, they're my livelihood. Meat, eggs, I'm ruined if this keeps up. I need someone to figure out what's going on, will you? I can't promise much, but I'll give you what I can. Just, I need this nightmare to end. When did the chickens start disappearing? It's been about a week now, maybe more. At first, I just thought it was one or two wandering off. But no, every night, more and more are missing. Do you expect anyone in the village? I don't want to believe it's one of our own, but, well, Theodore has been acting strangely lately. And looking a bit more plump, too. Let's see, how can I help? Perhaps you can investigate the coop, see if something might have missed. You could also speak with Eliza Greenberg, Theodore, and the blacksmith, and Maureen Lupton. They live nearby and might have overheard something. Leave it to me, I'll help you find those chickens. And this is the point where we start eating their chickens and being like, I don't know what's going on. Someone, like, clearly it's not me. I just got here, but someone else is definitely eating your chickens. Hello. Anything to help you with? You're just the person I was hoping to run into. Wife, bless her heart, has been poring over one of those new books Oscar brought me. She believes she's found a cure for my memory's been dodgy as of lately, so I could really use help gathering herbs. Let's see. Of course, Dalibor. Happy to help. What herbs do you need? You're a good egg. Here's the list. They grow nearby the old well outside the village. It's a bit of a trekking well. I don't have the stamina I used to. So apparently we're just going to accept quests for everybody. Do you need something? Let's see. Have you seen anything unusual near Mana Bordic's coop? Saw a figure carrying a large sack. Could be a thief, but it moved too quick. Made me wonder if it was a person at all. Mona thinks you've been sneaking around her farm. Sneaking? Look, I passed by her farm gathering firewood. I ain't no thief. Nothing for the moment. Can I help you? Chickens have gone missing. Do you think you've seen anything strange at night? I heard some strange noises last night. Didn't dare leave my house. Do you think someone from the village could be behind this? Well, it wouldn't surprise me. Some folks here are really struggling. Within the pages lie novel with the change their life forever. Come, let me show you the way. Let's see. Can I help you with anything? Oh, I was hoping you'd ask me that. You have a knack for uncovering mysteries. Is just what I need. I don't think I have that knack. I've done nothing to imply I have a knack for uncovering mysteries. Literally the only things I have done is I have gotten 2 traps, I've gotten some pelts, and I have bludgeoned some wolves to death. There has been no mystery discovering in this entire playthrough. Just crafting and violence. I've heard something of greatly benefit from your unique talents. You've caught my interest. What's the special something? It's a task suited for someone of discerning nature. Hidden across our wilds are ancient shrines, each one a repository of forgotten wisdom. Would you like to know more? Ancient shrines, you say? Sounds like something worth learning about. Where should I start? Exactly. Your sense of adventure is unparalleled. These enigmatic relics are scattered throughout the lowlands, with one not far from here. I'm concerned someone of your capabilities could find them quite revealing. I'll admit I'm intrigued. I'll explore the shrines and report back what my findings are. A wise decision. Even a chance encounter with these relics to unveil their secrets that only someone with your insight could decipher. I eagerly await your discoveries. Oscar, man, you are setting a very high bar that I will almost certainly, without question, fail to deliver on. Like, you're the person who just walks up to this random person's like, hey, can you fix my car? You seem like you're mechanically inclined, having never met or talked to that person ever before. Or having any demonstration that I might actually have the skill set required to do any type of mechanical work whatsoever. How's our new Hardinian doing? Any progress in your search? I'm thinking of what I should do next. Any ideas? I presume you're going to stay in the lowlands for a while, so you should work on your camp. It's your home sweet home after all, and your place to protect yourself and plan your next moves. If that kind of thing matters to you, hire some people and build more useful structures. You don't want to be kept living in that unfortunate shack, do you? And what should I do after I recruit people? I heard the Elder Padstow had a problem with bandits. It's an opportunity to meet some of the villagers there and gain their trust. You earn some coin, maybe. Even if you don't find the answers there, you'll gain some funds for your search. And by gods, be careful when showing off that sigil. You might run into some villagers willing to kill to protect its secrets. Thanks for the advice. Bye, Amelia. What is it, child? Broderick's chickens have gone missing. What do you think happened to the chickens? Spirits plain as day. Spirits of the forest don't like it when you cage creatures. They're angry, I tell you. Why would spirits target Mona Broderick's chickens? Maybe Mona offended them somehow. If I were you, I'd tell her to make an offering. You know, whatever. Trust and renown. Help citizens to earn their trust. In a village, you'll be able to hire them to unlock new gameplay opportunities. Earn renown through completing quests and building constructions and fending off threats. This is your currency which your village hires. Once you build up a certain amount of trust with your village, you will be able to engage in a liberation. I mean, judging by the image, liberation means wholesale slaughter. Okay. Gods above. Did you really kill those wolves for the Elder? That's hilarious. Why is it so funny? Nobody thought you would actually do it, least of all the Elder. And he was trying to get rid of you. I wish I could have seen his face when you actually showed up with furs in your hand. Just for that, I'm happy to help you. But I need something in return first. What do you need from me? You're going to help me kill Lord of the Lowlands. I assume he's the most protected man in the Lowlands? Going after him sounds like a suicide. Wait, are you serious? No, I just wanted to see how you'd react. If you really want help, start by helping the people of Herdeen. The Lowlands are a tough situation. There's plenty of people here who need help. The Elders are either overwhelmed or incompetent, or both. In the case of Dorban. So, I want to do something about it. Just don't tell, Dorbron. Great. Tell me where to start. You have the freedom to talk to people now. Lucky you. Let's find out who needs help. Let's see. Elder Dabran mentioned Lord Ashburn. Who is that? Ah, yeah, Lord of the Lowlands. He's one of the Queen's peons, sent to oversee the people of the Lowlands. He's the one who's taxing us so harshly. Lets us starve while he feasts every night. But he also has eyes and ears everywhere, so everyone is terrified of speaking ill of him. Everyone except me, of course. I know he's a shrew in a wolf's clothing. Let's see, you seem to have issues with Elder, Dobron. Why is that? Herdeen and all the Lowlands are going through a difficult time. We're hungry, we're getting taxed into poverty, and dealing with threats from bandits and brigands. And yet, our Elder isn't doing enough to make things better. He doesn't want to step on any toes, and I'm the only one here who questions his lack of action. So yes, we butt heads a lot. That's why we have to work behind his back to help more people. Okay, can you tell me more about yourself? We're still building trust, so I can't tell you more than what you need to know. Just know that I was born and raised in Herdeen, and I'm working hard to make things better. If you hold up your end of the deal, maybe I'll tell you more. That's all for now. Before we begin our work, I want to know more about you. You've come to our village from Wisterfield, of all places, and surprised us all. Oh, it's just telling me that my food buff ran out. But why? Someone close to me was killed, and I believe the execution order came from someone in the Lowlands, and I'm trying to figure out who. Let's see, you want to know about me without divulging anything by yourself? Hardly seems fair. Trust works both ways. We'll go with the first one. And thank you, Lilypad, for the 80 stream streak. I do really appreciate that, so thank you so much for that. I see. Well, I hope we can help each other out. Now let's get to work. Agreed. Anything else? Can I help you with anything? Let's see. So I've been thinking about ways that we can make fools out of those brigands because, well, you know why. I formulated a plot that will scramble their tiny little brains, if you're interested, in course. I'm listening. What's your plan? The brigands are dangerous because they're well organized and trust each other, so I think we should decimate the trust in organization. I've taken something valuable from one of them, a token, and I happen to know where they keep their secret stash. Where they hide their loot from their leaders. Place a token in there. Let the accusations fly. Alright, count me in. Alright, so we need to check the chicken coop. Yeah, so with this update, they add a lot more story stuff to it, a lot more quests and all that. I don't know what is new and what's not, because this is my first time playing. But with, like, the additions to the map, the additions of more different creatures and all that kind of stuff, and all that, no surprise we'll have a bunch of that. Follow the trail of feathers. I'll be real with you, game. I don't see feathers at all, let alone a trail. I see a feather, singular. Okay. So. Ah, I see how this works. Right, so it gives you, like, the thing that roughly points you into the area. And then you find the feather and you highlight, tap it, target, whatever the word you want to use. Are we going to go fight bandits? Who goes there? Did you steal Mana Broderick's chickens? Look, I mean no harm. She's got plenty, and I'm barely making it through the season. Just enough to keep myself fed. I ain't proud of it, but I don't see any other way. Have you stolen anything else from the village? No, just them chickens. I promise. I'm no thief. I just got no choice. Please believe me. Alright, hey Lefty, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Lefty, by the way? I am enjoying this. It's my first time playing, it's going well. So we basically got a guy who's stealing food just to survive. But the thing is, he's stealing food from someone else who's, like, kind of putting her in danger as well. Mona deserves to know the truth, I'll have to tell her. No, please don't. I'll make it right. But yeah, so Lefty playing some glitch spanker. I have no idea what that is. But, okay, that's fine. No problem. But, no idea what that is, but I hope it's, hope you're having fun with it. All that. Let's go ahead and put this back on our bar. But yeah, so again, check out Lefty. Another fantastic content creator. It's a game about spanking a virus out of a video game. Okay. That's certainly something. Okay, so they're asleep right now, so that's going to do me no good. So we can go ahead and run our way home. It's quite an experience. It sounds like quite an experience. It sounds like a truly unhinged game. Alright, so yeah, so we're working on getting these quests done, and I just have my other person just making them do all the work back at home, because I don't wanna. As any good town leader does, I do not feel like doing the work, so I shall have someone else do it instead. You heard good things about this game? Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. It's definitely kind of like, you know, it's like a survival crafter, where you build your settlement. There's, you know, quite a few that have that type of mechanic. Alright, so we can get, yeah, we can unlock a bunch of things, actually. Alright, so the mining camp pickaxe we can unlock. Same with the mud collector. We can also unlock the logging camp. I'm gonna go with the mining stuff. And then meanwhile, we're gonna just go to bed. But it's got, you know, a bit of story going on as well. And as a reminder, the stream is being sponsored tonight. Alright, I got 3 days to winter. By the devs and all that good stuff, so I really do appreciate their support and all that. It's one of those things I have, like, no obligation to do anything with it. But it does really help support the channel and all that. I wouldn't be able to, like, keep streaming if it wasn't. Spiced meat stew? Heck yeah, I don't know where that came from, but I'm entirely on board. Old coins from an age before. Gifting them to elders will increase the village's trust in you. Alright. But yeah, no, so it is being sponsored. They've got a big update that they just dropped recently that adds a ton to the game. Now, unfortunately, being that I'm a new player to the game, I can read off like their whole spiel about what got added, but the answer is yes, a whole lot of everything. Because they added like a bunch of new animals, they added a big new area to the map, new stories, new quest lines, a bunch of like faction specific equipment. You get where this is going. It's a whole lot of a whole lot. One of the big feature additions they added is for like trade caravans and all that. So you can better set up having your like your main base and your outposts and having them like, you know, move resources between them and all that. So it makes it easier to have remote locations, feeding supplies back to your main base. I can go ahead and pick up some mushrooms while we're over here. There's mushrooms right around here. There they are. Okay. And assuming in time we'll find ways to preserve our food a little bit. That should do for now. And we can run this back and we'll go have to talk to Mona and basically let her know that, you know, guy living out in the wilderness, struggling to get by, is stealing her chickens. Let her figure out how she wants to handle it. We can choose to repair. The torch will just take me a wood. Okay. Cool. Look at this sponsor. It looks great. Yeah. No, I appreciate it. For anyone who's been like watching the game, they're like, okay, this game looks interesting. I want to check it out. It is in early access. They did just drop a major update. But if you click on the link at the top of chat, or like in the about section, or when it pops up in like chat itself, all of that has like the tracking link, and all that does that bounces you over to their website and whatnot. But it lets them know you found it through here, which really helps out because then, you know, in the future they're like, hey, we threw some money at sponsoring a stream. Did we get our money's worth? That's kind of what answers that question. So, did you discover who the thief is? It was Stanford Groveset. I can't believe it. I'll deal with them. I'm gonna murder them. Thank you for your efforts. Take this as a thanks. By the way, you saw nothing, you said nothing. When he goes missing, we don't speak of him anymore. Oh, my companion got my companion just happened to grab. Wait, what animal was that? I could just. Oh, it's a dog again. My companion had to just happened to grab stone right then, and it seemed like she gave me stone for the quest. It's like, hang on, wait a second. Did I just help you prevent your chickens from being stolen and eaten, and you gave me a little stack of stones? Do we need to discuss how monetary compensation works around here? You can give me something other than cash, something else of value, but you know, stone. The reality though, it wasn't that. It was from other stuff. A moment, traveler. Fortune favors the curious. What have you got? You've got animal feed and seeds and all that, and you want nothing I can offer you, so get out of my face. So I need 2 sage, 2 flax, and 2 hemp. Okay, so we need to find the hemp. I believe I've got some hemp in the storage back home. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Alright. And we'll definitely want to improve our village. I know over time we can get ourselves some really fancy stuff. What I need is I need more workers to keep them busy working at all times, day and night. Alright. There's a unit of hemp. And there's a second. And then meantime... I'll tell you to build another chest. And we got a mining camp. Let's see. One worker can use this mine to metal with a small area, as well as process larger rocks into smaller chunks. For best results, place near an ore vein. So I know I saw... Where was it? I saw some tin... Yes, there's mud down there. Then there's tin ore to the south. Okay, so we won't worry about that right now. We'll want to place that to the south, and we can potentially have them start getting tin. And at some point, we're also going to want to get ourselves some farmers and all that. Now, it makes me curious again, is like how far our workers will go. So, like, if I put that camp way to the south, will our worker go from that place, walk down there, work, and then head back? Or will I need to, like, put myself some basic supplies down there as well? Oh, there you are. Greetings! About the herbs you wanted. You find them? I've got all the herbs you listed. I hope they help. Brilliant. Best get to work with the treatment right away, so... Here. Thank you for your troubles. If I get better, I'll build anything you want, free of charge. Also, have these ones for you. Choose what you want. Farming X2. Cool, so we got some more trust. Gotta pet the dog. Excellent. And hey, Night Dweller. Hope things are going well. Good morning and all that. So I can run down here. So yeah, so we are now considered an associate of town. Oh, the symbol is telling me, like, who's in control, so it's considered occupied territory right now. With the occupied territory being, like, the crown or whatever. Whereas I could potentially get them to rebel or whatever if I put the time and effort into it. You honestly didn't sleep well? Yeah. Nah, sorry to hear that, but I know how it goes. Okay, so meanwhile... Go check in the trap. Replace the berry. We can drop all this stuff in. Okay, so reading a book about farming. Sure. Can be used to expand your abilities, P, or for those in seller in the inspect screen. Alright, so let's go to our inventory. Can only have one book at a time, can be read. Alright, so we can drop you off. Do you have me to go to sleep? Gotcha. We have a good one on quiet. Thank you for hanging out, all good stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to run down here to where we saw that tin ore. And I'll try choosing to place the camp. Alright. So we got boulder, boulder, boulder. Tin. So mining camp. Place construction. All right. So I'm going to quickly work on trying to get this mining camp set up. We'll just see what happens with it. The idea here is I want to get that set up so we can start getting ore happening. Oh man, you want 10 logs. Okay, so we're committing some proper deforestation around here. I also need just plain old wood. Okay, so this is the first building we actually have to put like some proper effort into. Okay, so with this, that should be enough wood. Yep, and I'll need logs and flax. Okay, so trees give me logs, young trees give me wood. Alright. And we'll just casually remove a forest, don't mind. I'm also not sure about, like, regrow times of that. They do give us tree seeds. I'm assuming we can make, like, a tree farm over time or something like that. We can worry about that when we get there. Alright. So I believe it'll be 2 more trees this size. And then we'll just need to go and get, like, a bunch of flax. So we'll just need to go looking for purple flowers. Yeah, that's right, you showed that other tree. Not so happy little trees. Yup. Look, the tree started it. So let's see if this still lets us work. Okay, so it'll move your inventory how it needs to fit it so long as you've got enough spots. That's fine. And so far, it doesn't seem like you can drop the tree on yourself easily, which I do appreciate. I don't know if there's damage in this game from that. That is one of the meme ones that's been in a lot of these games for a long time. Is the whole thing where you can, like, take a tree and drop it on your head, die to trees. It's part of the, like, evil tree meme thing we have going on the channel. Is just because of that kind of mechanic. Okay, so I need 11 more flax. Let's try and run down here into these open fields. Yes, that's all hemp. That doesn't do us any good. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. That's not the right one. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that should be enough flax to build the mine. Well, mining camp or whatever you call it. I'm amused that we had to bring like 10 logs, but construction-wise, it still just looks like sticks. And I realize the logs have to do with the aesthetics. Okay, so we are missing workers and a pickaxe. That's fair. And it does look like our helper did walk the whole way down there to help. So that's encouraging. So let's try going up here and see if we can't figure out what we need to get a pickaxe or something like that going. And you want me to continue to look for shrines and whatnot? How are we doing? Yeah, so I still got berries. Honestly, these traps produce some serious rabbits. Let's see, wonder what would happen if a survival game would implement trees that actually try to roll down. Oh, like an actually hostile tree that's going out of its way to like smash you. It would certainly be a decision. That's, let's see if we can't just, like, plant these or something. Let's see. Seeds can be bought from the herbalist and harvested and planted along with the plant. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything that applies you can do something with it, so I'll just chuck that away for right now. And so research. So I can get mud shovels and all that. We have the logging camp. We get the logging camp added on there. You can work on that. We can check on the stuff here. So a simple pickaxe. So add on to this list. Simple pickaxe, top off to 1. Simple axe, top off to 1. Wooden spear, top off to 1. Primitive club, top off to 1. All right. Cool, so we're working on that. Okay, and while we have a minute while they're taking care of some things here, just gonna quickly top off my drink and all that. But yeah, no, I've definitely been enjoying Bellwright. I see the appeal for it, that you like slowly build up your settlement. And like from the games I've played of this type in the past, I really appreciate that the NPCs in your town are very kind of proactive. One of the things you run into with a lot of the games where you're doing like survival, crafting, like settlement builder, you just run into the issue where they kind of just, the NPCs end up being utterly worthless. Like they'll be a glorified crafting bench where they'll do one job, and if there's ever any time that they don't have work to do, they'll just stand around, they won't work on something else. Versus they just, you give them a worker role and they just work. So like this guy here is handling the cooking and the research, which is fantastic. My assumption is as we add more people, we get to be doing more and more. Okay, so in the meantime, let's go ahead and start tracking down this guy's shrines. Because the other nice thing about that is it's freeing me up to actually do other things. Because, well, I wasn't expecting you to finish it that fast. Okay. But it just ends up being one of those things that with a lot of the games, you know, you end up having to babysit even like the most mundane things. So the fact that they can, you know, kind of handle the day-to-day really well, I appreciate a lot. Let's see. So we can't do that. Can't really do that. Can't do that. We can do the smoking rack. So get that added on there. Alright, so meanwhile, I will tell them to make their logging camp. Allows one worker to chop logs into wood. Alright. And that's all his problem now, because I don't want to deal with it. So instead of doing all this hard work, I'm going to make our buddy over here deal with it while I go look at pretty statues. As is the way we operate. I do imagine you'll end up wanting a whole lot of workers. There's also, you set them to like soldiers and I can't remember what the other one was, but they're like, or companions, people who follow you around and help you. Yeah, so checking these shrines that they want me to look at. I think that's the shrine we ransacked earlier. It is. We went by this shrine earlier and there's just a box, so we just looted the box. Pagan Shrine of Heritage. Do they suffer as we suffer, or do they laugh at our plight? Hear us, O mighty gods. We dedicate ourselves to earning your continued prosperity and blessing. We pray that you'll accept what we have to offer. Where are we? We dedicate ourselves to continued blessing of prosperity. We pray you'll accept what we have to offer, no matter how meager. Okay, so I found your little statue. It'll be curious if we get like stone walls and buildings. Oh, put that away. I don't know if the game responds to you having weapons out, but you know, probably best not to tempt it. I get a lot of people who want to talk to me today. Everyone is carrying logs. Like, everyone. It's just the log carrying day. Alright. Yes? Can I help you with something? Would you find the time to help an old man? It depends on what you want from me. You're a real lifesaver. Listen, I need you to bring me a couple of simple cords and logs. I wanted to repair the door of my house, but my back is killing me, and I can't force myself to go in the forest with it. And one more thing, if you bring me 2 pieces of fried meat, my wife loves it, and I forget about it now. Or forget about it, and now I want to give her a little surprise. I can help you, don't worry, old man. Now, I don't know if any of these things have, like, a time requirement or whatever. I'm a bit in a predicament. I could use your help. What's the matter? You see, a cat has wandered into my house and made its home. Don't get me wrong, fantastic hunter. But, well, there's a curse from the gods. It must be. A curse? How? My husband, who was perfectly healthy before the evil spirit walked into our lives, has now developed a terrible fever and can't stop sneezing. Clearly it's a sign from the gods. How else would you explain the sudden change? Maybe your husband got some illness from someone else? The gods, really? Maybe it's just bad luck. I mean, clearly they have like hay fever or whatever, and the cat, like an allergy to the cat. Maybe the husband got the illness from someone else? The moment the cat stepped a paw in my home, my husband fell ill. It's too perfect, too cruel to be anything but divine punishment. And if my husband had caught something, surely I would have caught it too. Still, I need help. If it's not a curse, perhaps there's a way to ease the symptoms. I've heard of a concoction made from garlic and flax that can help the fevers and sneezing. Would you be willing to gather them for me? I can gather those herbs. Consider it done. Or hear me out. If you're literally allergic to your pet, that, you know, isn't a pet like you adopted, it just like literally showed up, maybe you kick it out. Or find it a new home or something. Greetings, traveler. The books in my store are essential tools of personal growth, enlightenment, and self-discovery. Browse at your leisure. Regarding the shrines, have you found a shrine close to Hardin? Yeah, I found one. Pretty intriguing. There's an old prayer inscribed on it. Marvelous. You have a real talent, don't you? Each fragment of the past you uncover is a valuable piece of understanding our history. I'm eager to hear about the other shrines you find. Well, keep an eye out. These shrines could hold some interesting secrets. Don't forget your reward. Choose one of these books. Crafting. Hire another follower. Earn friend trust level from the people in Hardin. I'm assuming we got like random people here. Hello. The lowlands are a dangerous place. Perhaps we could work together and have each other's backs? You're a good soul. I'd be happy to work with you. Alright, so your specialty is... You don't really have a specialty, but you can do labor, you can do farming, you can do archery. That's good enough for me. I'm glad to hear it. And you are a worker. Go home. All right. Oh, we got another person here. Oh, it's just telling me... Okay, that's fine. Alright, so where we're at now... We're at a 10% threat. Plus 10% from hostile camps. And then no impact from all that. There's no hostility from the brigands or the headquarters and all that. Inventory-wise, we're not worried about that. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? So what I want to do is find our quest log. Journal. So, put the stolen item back in the secret stash. Bring simple cord, garlic, and flax. Alright, so we'll track this. So it sounds like there's a secret stash over here for the brigands. And now we just kind of need to pop over here. And then drop that off. Game looks good? Yeah, no, I've been enjoying it. This had like a really big update recently, which is why they're sponsoring the stream today. Which I believe we've already long since passed what it, you know... If you're wondering if I'm enjoying the game or not, we have long since passed the sponsorship requirement. And I am still down to just play more. Just in case we get into a fight, let's eat a berry to get ourselves a little bit of a buff. Okay, so there's a secret stash over here. I guess the idea is we're going to sneak this valuable item from the brigands' leadership into the secret stash of one of the other brigands. You know, with the entire idea being to sow chaos and upset. Where is the spot? Oh, there you are. Alright. So we planted the bait. Yeah, so we're just knocking out quests to become closer with the town. And letting my workers deal with all the community stuff. It's cool that they sponsor you. You click the link as well as you're interested in the game. Yep, that's the idea. If you like the game, you click the link, it lets the devs know you found it here. And like, for the record, like, don't get like a direct kickback or anything. It's not like if you buy the game, I get like, you know, $5 or something. It just lets the dev know that this is where it came from. So in the future, when they're considering sponsoring people and all that, you know, makes me look good, that kind of thing. So it's not an affiliate thing, it's just straight up sponsorship. But yeah, no, they've got tons of like new buildings and factions and all sorts of stuff, new animals, quest lines. The map got a huge addition to it. All that good stuff. I'm new to the game though, so we're running around just doing what we can. Alright, so she's sleeping inside. So we'll go run back home. And then go to sleep when we got our brand new townly. I don't know how many townspeople we can have. Like, there's going to be... I'm assuming it's going to be something like your renown or whatever the stat was. Basically how famous you are. I'm willing to bet that's going to be the thing that determines, like, what you can and can't do. I mean, I haven't seen a place to get garlic yet, but we got an objective to snag garlic. For an herbal medicine. Okay, so they'll be asleep. So we can go ahead and pop in here and go to sleep ourselves. Two days until winter. Okay, so I keep working on building stuff. Okay, so I need a couple of berries. So I can set you back up. Oh, did the trap break? Ah, okay. Alright, so that makes sense. That after a little while the traps do break. I was gonna say, it's like, this feels like it's such easy material. I still think it'd be like easy food and all that. Yeah, so they're all running around, chopping down wood and all that. Okay, so you're up there working on that. What are you grabbing for me? Just want to make sure my people are doing meaningful work here. Because we got you going as well. Okay, so she's grabbing sticks. The other guy was cutting down trees for logs. So that'll be perfect. So they're working on getting those buildings built, and then they'll start actually working those buildings. I should probably check to make sure the research is still going, and then we'll probably want to queue up. Actually, I can queue up it now. Why would I wait? I'm not the one doing the work. Alright. Yep. Let you all do the work on that. Okay, and you are missing hemp and all that. That's fine. Helena Horodine feels satisfied or whatever it was. Content. Not upset. I believe that was one of our villagers. But I think that's just basically the idea, is we're going to run around and keep that all going. But yeah, it feels like, in a lot of ways, your people can kind of sustain themselves. Welcome! The lowlands are a dangerous place. We could work together to have each other's back. Not yet, traveler, but if you continue to help those in need, we will respond in kind. Gotcha, so when we hit renown of 291... I can get another person. That's kind of what I was figuring, is that you would get basically more and more fame, as it were, and then that fame was effectively your currency to get more people. I think the game, like, implied that. But, you know, it's like literally the currency you use to recruit people. Where are you? There you are. Greetings. About the stash. Did you find it? Without being followed, I hope. The token's place. Let's hope the plan bears fruit. Brilliant. It's gonna be anarchy, especially if they're drinking tonight. They might even start killing each other. Let's see. Let's hope that it works as you intend. Oh, it will. And here, your share of disrupting their operations. Keep your ears open. Such actions tend to ripple far beyond our sight. Okay, so I'm getting these coins. Let's try using them. Yet, anything else you need? I have something special for you. You do? What is it? I was sure you were gonna tell me more about these coins I found. Can you tell me more about them? Oh, I see. These coins are from the time before the last rebellion. No one uses them anymore, but they're a precious nostalgic symbol for the people throughout the Kavrinia. If you bring them to elders from the lowlands and the highlands, they'll surely regard you more kindly. I will. Okay. Okay, so we got ourselves a whole lot of renown. And we are now considered a friend. Yes, can I help you with anything? I have a little task if you're interested. I'm interested, tell me what you need. That's quite straightforward, I promise. I'm trying to construct a little memorial for my parents, but I need to bring you some simple cords and a pelt. The stone, if you can get it, so that's all. Alright, I'll be back with everything in no time. Cool. Meanwhile, let's find someone wandering around who isn't a, like, vendor or something, see if we can't get ourselves a new recruit. Greetings, companion. The Lone Islands are a dangerous place. Perhaps we could work together and have each other's back? If you've earned the trust of the Elder, that's good enough for me. I'm ready to align with you. Alright, so she is good with pole arms and one-handed weapons, crafting, farming, and harvesting. She is nomadic, so moves faster and all that. And she is neurotic. Okay. Very productive and all that. Sure. I'm glad to hear it. And for right now, you are a worker. Patrols around reduce the chance of raiders attack your settlement. Yeah, I'll keep you as a worker for right now. Meanwhile, I need to run home. And we're going to go ahead and put a little bit of focus here on getting that second set of houses built. So that way we can get ourselves another villager working. Because my expectation is for every villager we have running around working, as long as they've got the buildings that I need to support them, they'll just keep that all going. Because the implication they had wasn't that they would starve and it'd be a whole problem. It's that if they get hungry, they'll stop working and they'll go do other things. I am happy to see that you are already working on that. So what are you missing supply-wise? Mostly wooden flax. So I'll run down here because I know there's some flax down this way. We see what I'll grab along the way. Alright. Because they also have a dedicated person for making wood happen. Well, a dedicated booth. Like, I guess they don't have a person. They pop between the different things as needed. But I'm just watching wood tick down there again and again. Alright. Okay, and how are we doing on the flax? Yeah, that's plenty. Cool, so we get the next house built. That way they're not homeless. And I'm just seeing the wood popping in again and again, so that'll be really good. We'll also be able to start getting equipment, and that equipment will ultimately become stuff like pickaxes and axes and all that sort of stuff, so that they can take care of all that. I kind of just feel like I should dump... so flax is a plant? Yes! Flax is a plant. It's a very fibrous plant. Okay. Honestly, take my simple axe and you can just use that for wood cutting. Because as much As much as they're dealing with that, I don't feel like I really need to do anything with it. Okay, we could run over here, grab ourselves a new trap. Okay, we don't have a new trap made yet. That's fine. Alright, already getting it built. Okay, now we don't have a homeless person anymore. Okay, so you're still working on getting the better stuff here. Manage lumberjacking spot. So wood, top off. Make sure we always have 20 wood on standby. And we can start setting these boxes eventually to have priorities. Like one box will be the wood box, one box will be, you know, tin, that kind of nonsense. Manage unfinished. Log. Okay, you can do that when you have the availability. Meanwhile, let's run down here to where we have our mine. Oh, can I queue you to, like... That's fine. I was like, let's go run down here to our mine and see if I can't queue them up to, work on the mine as well. And they can just do stuff as they have availability. So there's our mining camp. I'm probably also going to need to, at some point, deal with that brigand camp over there. I'm low-key hoping what I can do is get a bow and just pick trouble with them. Alright, so crude stone, keep 10 on standby. Copper, keep 10 on standby. Tin, keep 10 on standby. Alright, so while they continue to work on the base and all that good stuff, I'm gonna run down here and get to know our next door neighbor. Or other next door neighbor, I guess. Guessing those are wolves. Alright, we got our next neighbor over in this area. Alright. So that we can pop in here, get to know the townies. We'll start with the main quest first. I'll start running around talking to the others. Hello, traveler. I heard you struggle with the bandits problem. I can help you. You heard correctly, my child. The royal bastards are a piece. To be very precise, they started to harass us a couple days ago. I'll deal with the bastards. Just let me know where to go. They should be easy to find. The brigands' laziness make them so cocky that they just keep their camp right next to the village. Also, I hope you're not going by yourself. They're just bandits. I can take care of myself. Then you must be a prodigy in combat. Luckiest person in Carnea. Or Carnea. Or you have seen blood only when your mother slapped you in the face. If you're walking into the wolf's den, keep your eyes open and have all necessary weapons and armor for you and your comrades if you decide to take them with you. And one more thing. Bandits like to hoard many materials they don't use, so search their camp thoroughly. Good luck, young one. Those royal jerks are dangerous. Thank you, I'll get going. Make it quick, I need to work. Is there anything else I can help you with? I got a job if you're interested. I decided to finally rebuild the village hall. Can you help? I can help out, no problem. Thank you. Please bring me soft log, hide, and rope. I know it seems like a lot, but believe me, you'll be handsomely rewarded. I'm assuming someone dangerous ran up, and then they all scattered to, deal with the threat. Greetings. Is there something I can help you with? Oh, heavens. You there, please. It's me, Cow. It's me, Cow, see? Them blasted wolves, they mauled her something awful. She's lying there wailing in pain, and I'm at my wit's end. You can't just leave the beasts alone. Now the wolves prowling about. Tell them exactly what's happening to your cow. Oh, it's a mess, a real mess. Her leg's bloody, swelled up like a balloon. She's barely moving, just laying there, looking at me with sad eyes. Never seen anything like it. Is there something we can do to ease the cow's pain? There might be. An herbalist. He knows the sorts of remedies and such. You could have something to ease her pain, at least till we can get her properly treated. She's suffering something terrible, poor thing. I'd be a blessing if you could give her some relief, even if it's just for a bit. Tell me where I can find this herbalist. The herbalist ain't far. Just a stone's throw past them trees yonder. Got a little shack, he does, with all sorts of weird plants and such. I'd hoof over there myself, but I can't be leaving Bessie here alone. Cool. So we're gonna pick up a bajillion things to do, and then move on. Fine wares and fair prices. That's what I offer. Care to take a look around? Can I help you with something? Just the person I was hoping to see. You've got a knack for building, right? Our village is in a bind. We're seeing fewer travelers than we used to, and it's hurting business. I have an idea that could help, but I need someone with your skills. What do you need me to do? I'm thinking we could put a few travel signs across the crossroads outside the village. It's a simple thing, but it could guide more travelers our way. What do you say? Alright, I'll do it. First things first, you'll need materials. There's a corpse of copse of trees? There's trees over there. There's trees. There's trees. Don't worry about the wording. It's not often strangers come here. Do you need assistance? I'm looking for good people to survive this place. Would you consider working with me? These lands are my home. How do I know you won't bring trouble to them? So I need to have a trust. Oh, I need to liberate their village. Okay. I came seeking allies, not enemies, but I respect your decision. Can I ask you something? Yeah. Oh, I don't want to deal with that. He's like, you just have to be at the maximum reputation and have liberated my city and have to be like in, a very monetarily stable position. It's like, look, man. We need to tone it down just a bit. Yes? Is there anything I can help you with? Can you help me, a man in dire need? There was an incident, a suspicious one if you ask me. My tool shed was attacked by boars. Now I can't find my tools. I have a lot of work to do and I can't find them by myself. But of course, the village guard is useless as ever. Let's see. I'll see what I can do. Thank you. My tools are scattered around the village. Maybe some ended up in the forest? I'm not sure, but I'm counting on you. Be careful. Boars are vicious. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. And that was the last we ever heard of them. As we get gored by a boar. So many people to talk to. Yes? Is there anything I can help you with? I'm a bit of bind, you see. I've got orders piling up. Let's say the forge isn't the only thing feeling the heat. I might not be a blacksmith, but I'm willing to learn. What's the situation? That's reassuring. I need a batch of high-quality hoe and shovel. Dealing with family squabbles has left me short on time. Honestly, it's refreshing to talk to someone who's new to this trade. Let's see. I'll get those tools for you. Alright. I don't remember the things you asked me to do, but, you know, I got a quest thing on the side of the screen that will, I'm sure, walk through them one by one, and I can deal with it in that manner. Meanwhile, let's eat a berry. Oh, you're gonna get snuck up on and thwacked in the head. Stop running. I'm feeling a little less confident. I see like 20 dots. Okay, my plan is to run up and give one of them a thwack on the head and see how it turned out, but that's a lot of people. Hey, buddy. Could you not attract literally all of them to us? Oh, that's an arrow going past my head. There. Oh, there's a leg. Oh, you hurt lots. Okay, lesson learned. You hurt all the lots. That was 2/3 of my health in one hit. Please. Serpentine. Hey, random village who probably wants no part of this. Have you considered being part of this? Okay, we got a dude with a sword and a dude with a club, as best I can tell. Oh, they're in front of me too. Oh, no. So one of them's got an arrow. I'm hearing arrows. Stop. Stop shooting at me. I don't even know where I'm being shot from anymore. Okay, so now I understand why they were like, hey, maybe be careful if you go over there. Because the earlier ones we saw were like 2-3 people. I'm like, yeah, it's 2-3 people. It's no big deal. That place had like 14-15 of them. I have not fought a bandit properly yet, and I would like to, you know, get a feeling for how dangerous they are. But something tells me diving into a thing where I took one arrow, which granted it was like an arrow to the chest, but like where one arrow takes 2/3 of my health, mayhaps not jump that deep into the deep end of the pool. Mayhaps take it a half step lighter. Okay, so this is the bandit area. Raid threat reached 50%. Why am I at 50% raid threat? And my thing says, oh, here we go. Production, housing, whatever. Raid strength 1, current threat 50%. So it seems to me I think there's 3 of them in there. Let's see if we can't bait one of them out. Start whacking them with the stick. I might also be able to just draw them. Oh, oh, run! Please let. Oh. Okay, so they hit really hard is the lesson we've learned. Okay, so it doesn't seem like... Oh, I might drop, like, the berries. Okay, so they hit extremely hard. That taking a hit is like a third to half your health or more. But that was the only way you're gonna learn. It definitely feels like I would love to get some bows and arrows, because assuming our damage is at least reasonably similar, we should be able to drop a lot of people as they run in. Now, there's a good chance they hit harder than we do, but that's gonna be a thing. And a big part of it's also I have no armor, which is probably a major factor here. Okay, so both of our traps are broken. Okay. Yeah, a piece of cooked meat. Yeah, no, all those things give you bonuses. Oh, top off. And you're waiting for the resources to make the tools and all that, which is just taking time. You're all going to bed. So you spend Thanksgiving weekend doing co-op of this. It was okay. Some rough spots. Did they just drop a big update? They did. That's why they're sponsoring the stream today. Is they did a major update, adds a bunch of the map, bunch of animals, new loyalty and faction systems. Like a whole bunch is being added to the game. All right. But yeah, so there's been like a really big update to it. Alright, so we got the boxes here, they're doing their thing. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna work on that. Let's take a quick peek at our settlement stuff. Yeah, so the raid thread is continuing to build up. We do have a population of 3, so I don't need more housing right now. And then you're all working at like the lumberjacking spot and all that. You got all that. So we need to be able to make cord and all that. Do I have that ability myself? So I've got the ability to craft a bunch of weapons and traps and all that. So none of that's going to help with this. Yeah, the research is signed. Lubar Netterby was injured in battle. Oh, we're getting bullied by the, bullied by another camp. Can you give a tip of the skills? I'd prefer not. I prefer to play the game and like learn as we go. Make mistakes, fail, learn from those mistakes. So you're on your way back. Okay, so it's a little tricky to break away from bandits, is what I'm seeing. I really wish. Ah, there we go. That's what I was waiting for. Alright. The tried and true classic of you've got a dangerous enemy and drag them into someone who's bigger and tougher than you are. So let's see if now that we got them all knocked down, if we can go into their camp and like break their stuff or whatever it is. Oh, apparently doing that angered them. All right. So that's not great for us. We've got a raid expected. Let's try going to our settlement. You have no weapons. That's not going to work out. We're expecting a raid tomorrow. I'm going to have to make some weapons happen. We did get some simple arrows and all that, but we didn't get like actual things to use the arrows with. Berry jam. Fish fillet. Got an apple. Alright, so if I want to make myself... I can't make myself a spear. Alright, so we're just going to start grabbing as much... wood as we can to just try and get weapons and all that happening. Just need to go where we can find some young trees. Actually, what do we need to bring online the woodcutter? Because I'm hoping I can get a little bit of weapons for them. Alright, so you need wood. Okay, so there's some young trees. We'll cut those down. It's definitely proper cutting technique to go to the top of the tree. Alright, so let's get over here. Okay, so you got all that set up. We need to finish you. You need flax. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna be raided tomorrow. We're just gonna try and get done what we can. So let's get 2 more primitive clubs made. Those will be for our people to arm themselves the next day. That's gonna be my weapon. You can have that axe. Drop off the wood. Okay. So let's run over here looking for some flax. Let's try and get all this up and running. I'm not feeling good about our odds in the fight. Just very genuinely, it'll be our first fight. I've got one person who is liable to, this person's liable to, like, die in that encounter. None of our people are particularly solid combat people. It is a level 1 raid, though, so I don't know if it could just be 1 or 2 people running up, which I could probably make work. Like, the other fight, we definitely cheesed by just backing up, but I did score a good, like, 3 or 4 hits before I backed up into another group of people. Okay. Yeah, then this will be our very first raid. But this is one of the things I was mentioning kind of separates this from a lot of the other games that have been like settlement builder style games. Is like the idea that as you become of higher and higher value, you'll end up dealing with more and more escalating threats. And so you get like raided, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I definitely want to get a bow. I imagine this is a game that probably works extremely well multiplayer, because then you can abuse the AI for fighting them. So instead of where I have to like keep backing up and just trying to make it work, you could have one person just kind of baiting their attention while the other one's just laying down arrows or whatever. All right. So I've got some rope. Got some cord. That's all fine. And what do I need for you to be researched? Hemp and wood. I believe I saw hemp over by the water up here. And now they should start taking care of the wood themselves. Now that they've got an axe and everything. Where was the water? Still north of me. Alright. We're going to want to try and get ourselves situated as best we can for tomorrow. And then just see how our first attack goes. Okay. More trees and all that garbage. More berry bushes. Okay, so it's not working out. Random cooking pot as you do. There we go. Just need to find more, something like 4 or 5 that we needed. Cool, we got people making grilled fish and everything. Love to see it. Is that somewhere over here? Nope. One of these days I'll learn to recognize hemp better. I wonder if you're going to prevent the attack by being proactive and attacking them first. Just like have the group of them on your tile. Just walk up, smack them around a little. Okay, the one definitely has a bow. Okay. Okay. Ow, I got baited there. Okay. I was like, let me make my move, and immediately got slapped. No, don't shoot her anymore. Alright. So she didn't get downed, but she sure got hurt. Oh, wait. There's a money bag symbol there. I want to see what the money bag symbol is. Okay, let's make sure. Okay, all of our people are still alive and well. Now let's get back to their camp and let's claim it for our own. Because we already are expecting a raid tomorrow. So I'm curious if we knock out the other camp on our territory, if it'll cancel the raid, escalate the raid, or be otherwise irrelevant. Okay, so we've reduced the threat, we are still being raided, and we got a bunch of renown. This new guy thought he was so clever, joining us and setting up for the brigand's trap. Pathetic. How much more fun we had toying with him instead. It's just a shame that rat ran away, but we'll get him. He's bound to come back for our loot. Well, okay, so that didn't change anything. I still think it was worth doing, because now that will reduce our future threat of raid.
Ah!
Okay, and it definitely feels like we gotta be real careful about archers. They hit hard, and there's definitely a lot of risk in trying to close that distance. Which makes sense. We're not wearing armor, so you know, we're getting slapped in the chest with an arrow. It's not really a good time. It's funny how an NPC can take multiple hits and still be on her feet, but like one takes you out. Oh yeah, no, we took one arrow and it was like 2/3 of her health. It's like, oh, arrows are scary. We genuinely need to be very aware when it comes to the arrow situation. All right. So we're getting them all starting to cut their trees and all that. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Alright. I remember that was a whole thing in RimWorld, where sometimes the thing that decides like when raids and all that would happen would get kind of squirrely and messed up, where it would just be like triggering one event after the other. It wasn't like just one bad event, it was just something would happen. It would just start triggering every couple seconds. You're like, just calm down, game. Give me a minute. So will you replace the traps for me? You do replace the traps for me. Nice. Okay, so with that in mind, we can go and place traps down. And they will just handle the traps. I really like this setup. It is one of those things in a lot of these games that ends up being this like whole project to manage food, that in a lot of these games it's just like keeping the food up is like a full-time job for you as the player. So the fact that this game you don't have to sit here and like hover over your place constantly managing it is really nice. You just kind of set up and be like, okay, that's your job. Oh right, the foraging can. Harvest plants in the area around using workforce. Best to place near lush areas. I don't know what you mean by lush area. It's actually... Okay, so we got a bunch of weaker camps. We got, like, big camps here. Alright, so there's a lot of stuff here to deal with. And so right now, that whole area is in rebellion. That whole area is at mild threat. And then we have, like, that's one village. This is another village. Okay. Let's try putting it over here by these. Alright, I mean... Sage. Keep 10 in stock. Flax. Keep 10 in stock. Berries. Keep 10 in stock. Mushrooms. Keep 10 in stock. Wheat. Crude stone. Not gonna be picky. If you could find it, go get it. If it's not available, that's whatever, I guess. We're learning. Honestly, it seems like this can grab anything, so I guess it's just a matter of there. Oh, looks like one of our people gained a level in cooking. And cranberries. Alright, well, hi. You getting to work on building, I assume? At least he's carrying like 6 over at one go. I was worried she's gonna walk up here and just like grab like 1 or 2. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so what's gonna end up happening is we're gonna get attacked tomorrow. And I assume what we want to do is assign everyone to guard for in the morning. because there should be meat and all that in here. So I'll grab the apple that's getting ready to go. We have jam. You can have this. Then there's a couple pieces of like meat and fish. I'll take one meat. And our people should start going to bed not too long. It'll start getting dark. And thank you, Pulverizer, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that means a heck of a lot, and that puts you at 8 months you've been subbed to the channel. So thank you again for that support. It means a heck of a lot. All right, let's go ahead and grab these traps. Continue bringing us meat and hides. Hey, we got people bringing in the tin. So hopefully we'll be able to start getting stuff like blue marines and all that going on. So that after this first attack, we'll be able to, you know, maybe have literally any type of armor or something. All right. Bandage? No bandage is available. Alright, so we're learning that they take a while to heal up, which is not my favorite. So you need more hemp to make the smoking rack, which will make the food last much longer. That's fine. Alright, so it's starting to get to be nighttime. Sir, you gotta pay the tax you're passing through. Check my trade, you won't find anything better. What do you got? Look, man, I'm gonna be real with you. Your trades are crap. Get out of my face. Alright. So let's take a second here. Jake, you. Inspect. Guard. 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 Alright, we're gonna get raided today. Let's see if I got more wood that I can... Okay, so they didn't arm themselves. That was my intent, was for them to grab those clubs. Alright. So in the meantime... Inspect worker... Worker in the meantime. My expectation is going to have this attack and need to deal with it. What I'm not sure is where they're going to come from. So we got one bandit camp straight to our west. We can check there. That's probably the closest. Okay, so the bandit camps we know about, there's one to the west, one south, and we got a handful down there. Yep, that's where they're coming from. Alright, so let's rush back home real quick. What I'm gonna do is immediately go here. Inspect. Companion. 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 They're basically yelling, "To me!" And I saw them working through the woods up here. Huh. Where's that raid? It looked like they were moving right for us, which is why I grabbed all my friends. It's like, okay, let's get everyone ready. You know, rally, get ready for the fight. Eat. There you go. Okay. Does it seem like wolves or something, maybe? Because that's where they had their camp, and then they destroyed it. Shouldn't be out this far. Because otherwise they could raid behind me and just trash stuff. Maybe. The thing is, we're supposed to be raided today, and that's what I'm worried about. Because I also don't want our people running off by themselves where they can get jumped. There's no like red dot closing in or anything that's like trying to signify what direction we're gonna get hit by or when. Go. Give myself every advantage I can. Okay. Yeah, part of me wants to be able to be like, hey, hold your ground near here, please. Like, don't wander off. Which is why I put them as, like, companions, is so they stick near me. But I'm also worried if I keep them like this, eventually they're gonna get hungry, I'm not gonna have food for them. according to what it said, is they'll just run away if they're hungry. I guess for right now... Go back to work. Yeah, no, but I don't have that much food laying around. I need them to be getting the food for me. And even then, I just don't want them to be not doing anything productive for a long period of time. Because I'm, like, waiting for this attack that may or may not happen for a long time. Alright. I guess in the meantime, I will go work on things. So just make sure to stay relatively close to the camp. I mean, we literally raided the camp the other day. The thing is there's multiple camps, so I don't know which camp I should be raiding. And if I get all my people injured raiding one camp and then the other camp's the one raiding me. Alright, so that seems like it's time to deal with it. So you... Alright. It should be breaking through those trees right ahead of me in any second now. See, 2, maybe 3. We use the strategy of everyone just slam your face into the enemy and continue. What I want is I see those axes and mauls and all that you dropped. That's what I actually want. I want that stuff. But first raid defeated. Pretty much the strategy was like, let them distract and just kind of hold it as best they can. Meanwhile, I just walk up behind and just start swinging. You still need hemp. And you're doing your thing there. Alright, so let's try running over here. See if we can't locate ourselves a little bit more hemp for the research. That's it. I'm curious how much a lot of these are going to affect things. The other thing we should probably do is change our journal entry. Yeah, you want me to find the tools. It's looking like we might, during the winter, we might not be able to collect that stuff, which would be fair, also kind of rough. Yeah, so it's looking like a lot of the hemp and all that kind of stuff is unavailable during the winter. So in the meantime, let's run down here and start working on those tools. Let our other people just continue to work on their food and whatever. Because they should be able to get the logs, the wood, all that. Eventually we're definitely going to want to get ourselves better equipment for working on all these problems. I'm kind of happy that I'm not noticing a temperature. Okay, so you're standing here. Did you get a pickaxe? Ah, you're collecting stone. You know what? That's fair. That's fine. All right. All right, what do we got over here? Another patrol I don't feel like dealing with right now. Oh, there's another patrol over here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Well, they got murdered. Oh, so we got all the tools. Out of 10 so far. Yep. I mean, that's what you hope, is you have like that kind of growth like every stream and whatnot. But some streams you have lots of new faces, lots of follows, all that stuff, lots of subs, and other ones you don't. This one's not been bad. We've had a good turnout, people hanging out for Bellwright and all that. Which I really appreciate. It's always good to have a good showing for a sponsored stream. Greetings. Regarding the tools you asked for. How's your search going? I hope those boars didn't cause you troubles. I was able to find them. Here they are. I don't know how. Thank you. I'd say best of luck to you with that. But take this for your trouble. I need to secure my tool shed better in case anyone else tries to sabotage me again. Sure, I'll take a book on strength. I am now an associate with Padstow. Alright, so... Gonna read her latest book. Alright, so you want me to get rid of the bandits near here. How do you get more people to join? So basically, if you look up in the top left corner, there's those two numbers up there. The number on the right is effectively a type of currency that you use for recruiting people. But different people have different requirements and all that kind of stuff. Some you'll have to have like a certain level of standings with the local town and whatever, but then you actually spend that. It's not often I see a stranger who comes here. Can you give me assistance? I think we can help each other out by working together. What do you think? If the rest of the village accepted you, that's good enough for me. Let's work. So you are a very, very good archer and a very, very good runner. I'm glad to hear it. You're a worker now. Get home. All right. Hey, Treacle, thank you for the 100 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Guess that's not stream without missing a single one. Ow. He did the thing where he did the stabby stabs. So, where are you? Oh, you're doggo. Bad. Bad doggo. Oh, next hit's gonna hurt. Run! Run! Aha! I faked you. So I'm gonna take where I can hear my pulse coming from my body and maybe not stay here. And hello, random person in the middle of this area. And definitely it's worth swimming in shallow water while it's snowing outside. Hello, do you need anything? Is there anything you can purchase today? So you'll buy like a bunch of junk I don't care about, and you'll sell me mostly junk I don't care about. Not often visitors come out to the wilderness. What brings you to my humble abode? Can I help you with something? You got the look of someone who knows when there's a good opportunity to earn some honest coin. I need help of a traveler like yourself. I've been chasing a legend for years, an elusive golden trout. Let's see, golden trouts? I suppose you find it the same place as the three-headed rabbit and the endangered unicorn? Let's see. Never heard of it. Sure. This isn't just any folktale. The golden trout is real, rare, valuable. Some say it swims in the cleanest mountain streams, others reckon it's a nighttime lurker. But here's the kicker. Padstow Elder is the only person who have caught one. Why haven't you tried catching it yourself? You got no luck with a rod? Sure. I've been tracking this alone, believe me. I used all the fishing tricks I knew, the timing, the bait, and nothing. But this is my life goal, and I'm not going to give up. That's where you come in. I need you to find some bait the Elder used, and in return, I'll reward you handsomely. A fat bag of coins for your trouble. What do you think? Alright, I'll bite. No pun intended. I'll pay the Elder a visit. Appreciate your help. This golden trout, it's been my obsession for the longest time. Catching it, it'll be my crowning achievement as my life as a fisherman. And maybe I'll show the anglers in the lowlands that we don't need a fishing guild. I see. Better find out what bait is then. With literally his white whale. Also, probably get a fishing guild. And just make sure every time you're trying to recruit someone, you gotta go, you want to join my guild? Alright, so... Oh, we've got some boars over here on the left. I'm actually surprisingly more healed than I thought. I'm a little worried about tackling a boar with a thunky stick. Boar definitely feels like something I want something to stab and or skewer, as opposed to trying to give him a little thunky thunk. That's what single player games need. Being spammed by guild invites by barely hurt people. Hey, you don't want to sit there and every single time you go to town, if you don't happen to be in a guild, you just hear, do you want to join my guild? No. Next question. It's gotta be tough trying to start, like, a guild or whatever like that. I'm trying to remember back in the day with, like, stuff like EVE Online and them. Because I know me and a handful of buddies in, like, World of Warcraft, you know, we started our own guild and ended up being, you know, on our server. I mean, genuinely pretty much, like, the biggest guild in our faction so far as, like, accomplishing stuff. We were usually, like, server first for most things. But I don't genuinely remember how we got started in all those times. Which, to be fair, that's because I think some of the others, that was what they were tackling. So, while I, like, got on the server and was just leveling as aggressively as I possibly could. I'm trying to contact you about my your car's extended warranty. Yep. And then I know EVE Online, the thing that was funny with how recruiting usually worked with me... Sorry, I'm just preventing the ad from happening, so give me 2 seconds to keep snoozing this real fast. But like EVE Online, I wasn't the one who started the guild, or corp. So we had like a couple of people already in it and all that. But like while we were a PvE corp for the most part, we were down to PvP, and that was a big thing that I did a lot of PvP in EVE Online. Which, to be fair, I did both. Like, you'd have your like your industry tune, mining tune, whatever, would be back at base, safely doing whatever, and then you have, you know, to fund your frontliner who is doing all the PvP stuff. And honestly, a lot of our most dedicated members came because, like, there would be a one-sided fight that I'd go toe-to-toe on them where they had the numbers, and I'd either win or be one of those things that, while I ultimately got shot down, I would take so many with me that it was still a loss for them. You know, they'd take out my Armageddon, and, you know, I can't remember what it was, like 53 million or whatever, and I'd end up taking out, like, you know, 5, 6, 7 ships on the way down, because they didn't used to have diminishing returns in that game, and people didn't realize how incredibly stupid broken that was. So I'd have this Armageddon with only 3 weapons on it, because it's all I had the CPU for, and just nothing but damage modifiers and fire rate modifiers and a couple of cat batteries to give me just a little bit more energy. So it was just one of those things is I had beyond bananas firepower for a couple of seconds, and then I had nothing to give. But it was something like 23 or 27 times damage at a fire rate of, like, you know, firing over 10 times normal speed. And so it was as fast as I could target, just eliminate things till I ran out of capacitor. And then it was a matter of could they take me out before I got another shot or 2 off. Because the multiplier was just stupid. There's a reason they added diminishing returns. It was ridiculous they didn't have those at the beginning. Because you stack that nonsense, you could vaporize people. And it was just not a well-known thing at the time. Or you had people who were so worried about trying to be clever, and you're like, or, hear me out, I can just delete you, and I don't need to be clever. There is a cleverness in raw numbers. Yeah, you did similar with energy vamps and newts. Yeah, that was that was a strategy to try and counter my thing. It was to get on there and drain the cap. The problem was, assuming we had similar targeting times, I could usually kill you before you drained me. About the only thing that get me was people who had like faster targeting modules, and then the stuff to jam my targeting, which I still had a full complement of drones because it was an Armageddon at the time. So I could usually force you off of me. But yeah, no, if you had like a Dominix with the Vamps and Newts, and they managed to get in there and drain. Yeah, Megathron would do the same thing. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing, is we would both get about 1 or 2 rotations of our shots before it was done. And so it's just a matter, could you tank my damage for that 1 or 2 rounds before my cap was totally demolished because you're just draining. Now if you did survive, even by the slightest bit, then it's a matter of can my drones do anything? Like, did I get you weak enough that the drones will finish the job? But yeah, no, I used to do that time, but it was so many fights that like it'd be like 5-on-1, and it'd either win or force them to run off, or like I said, there was times I got taken down, but it'd take, 3-4 ships, equal or higher to me out before it was over. And it wasn't always like 1 on whatever, sometimes it'd be like 3-on-5 or whatever. But the number of times that kind of thing happened, that then ultimately, the person, like, they would be unhappy with their guild or whatever. Corp, I keep saying guild. Their corp or whatever. That ultimately they would end up joining and then become kind of like a lifelong member. It happened so many times. Like, I think that's how Dread joined. I think that's how God Almighty joined. No, Hassan was there from the beginning. But it's just like so many of the people, that's how they started. Even people who like basically only PvE'd. I don't know if it's like there was like a respect thing or a competency thing or something. I guess it just left an impression. Or one of the people joined. Do you still play? If you haven't played more than 10 years, you been considering again? No, I quit right around the time that motherships started to become a thing. Like they were a thing before that, but like where you would actually see people with them. To me, around the time that capital ships showed up, and I played a bit after they arrived. Like I had a carrier. I came back once in a while, did like the heavy interdictor cruiser combat, which is definitely the Jesus take the wheel way of playing PvP in EVE. You're like, I got the big ship tackled. Everyone's healing me. What can I do? Nothing. I am orbiting. I am running my modules. I am no longer in control of my future. This, either it's gonna die or I'm gonna die, and I am no longer the determiner of my fate. It's whether the support on my team or their damage dealers are gonna do more. It's like main tanking in World of Warcraft after you've used your cooldowns, and you're just like, well, I'm just gonna keep using my shield block. That's what I got to throw in here. That's what I can do to keep me alive right now. I don't have any more fancy tricks. You're just gonna sit there, and it's either gonna pan out or it's not. And you just watch that life bar get down to like 5% and come back up and go back down and come back up. You're like, man, I really hope the healers have it. Because I can't move. Other people die if I do that. I used all my cooldowns to get through like the spike damage, which is, what my job was. And here, I just sit. But yeah, like even then, World of Warcraft, you got more buttons to push. As definitely was one you turn on your tank modules, and you're just like, yep, I'm just watching the little bar cycle, and watching those health and shields just going like this the whole time, waiting for one of those to run out first. I was gonna go and look for more materials, and I'm not finding what I'm looking for, and I'm losing track of what we're working on. Yeah, so that's to take on the bandit camp near there. And the big problem with that is we actually need weapons. So let's go and change our objective. So we got the journal. I kind of wish it was easier to see where things were. So you want garlic and flax. Health and simple cord. Rope and whatnot. Build a travel sign. You quit just spider when spider tank became powerful. Why'd you get no love? Yeah, no, people learned how to work with stuff against spider tanking and all that. That took some work. That's kind of the history that happened with Eve so often. Is you would have whatever became like the meta strategy of the week, and then there'd be a counter strategy, and then that counter strategy would start to become popular, and then someone would come up with a new thing for that one. And so you had that kind of dynamic happen so often. What do you need to be done? Yeah, now I remember spider tanking. I never got big into spider tanking. I had a lot of people who wanted to do a lot of that stuff, but you could usually catch people by surprise with the spider tanking thing. Depending on what you had against them, you could just potentially hit one target and overwhelm. Oh, excuse me. There we go. You end up getting an orca, and 3 months later, all your friends quit? Yeah. Yep. That happens. Yeah, so I already got the foraging already set up. That's good. Wonder how long winter is in the game, considering it took us 9 days to reach winter. And it seems like winter's already perchance letting up. Yeah, that's right, you fell those trees. Meanwhile, you're at 3% risk. We'll want another housing tent. It's a RimWorld season, 15 days. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it seemed like it's a fast turnaround year, which I think is fine for a game like this. Yeah, no, I had played so much EVE Online, it got to the point where it's like, I want to quit for sure kind of thing. Like, for sure, wanted to make sure I could quit. How's the update so far? I'm very much enjoying it. Full disclosure, this is my first time playing, so I don't have the comparison from before the update to go by. But overall, like, I've been definitely having a good time with it. I understand why a lot of people are saying, oh, hey, it's a solid game, you should check it out. But yeah, they were kind enough to sponsor, and it's something I had been intending to play for a long time. And now we're just playing, so, that works out. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, I got to the point that, slowly over time, I knew more and more people who stopped playing EVE Online. And a lot of them ended up giving me their accounts because, like, I was just kind of a huge player, as well known, yada yada. And, like, again, we had formed so many friendships and all that, so they're kind of, like, basically having me keep an eye on their account. And I had people who were, like, willing to even, like, pay for my subscription at different points because, again, I kind of got a reputation of being just such a big player, and people kept kind of tossing accounts at me. And there was a point where I had, like, 5 active accounts at the same time. And it was just like, alright, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Like, I really don't want to keep these up. I was kind of burning out in the game. And as I had mentioned, like, capital ships were starting to become more and more common. The dynamic of wars had just changed. It was either nothing but ghost ops of just catching people unawares and taking them out, or just, everyone get their big fleet together and stare at each other but not actually fight 90% of the time, which that didn't change. That was the way it used to be as well. You'd have people on either side of a gate, 100 odd people on either side, and neither side wanted to be the one to jump in because it was a very real thing in the game that the side who jumped in was at an extreme disadvantage for a whole range of reasons. You know, positioning, being able to set up, all that kind of stuff was certainly one. But also, just the servers that sometimes you jump in and just lag out and die where you're just basically on a loading screen the whole time. All I know is if you wanted to get back in, you could use your Orca. You'd have to pay a monthly stream. Yeah. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's the foraging tent. That's fine. But I had like the 5 accounts, and I was like, I need to quit and never come back to this game. Like, this is too much of a time vampire. So I took my big account that had my carrier and all that, and like wormholes were relatively new. And I remember taking it into a wormhole in what at the time was a friendly player-owned station, and just ditching it there. Like just being in that wormhole in that player-owned station, knowing 100% that I was going to be taking a hiatus, and the odds that I would come back and still be like part of the group that that carrier was in was like negligible. So it's like, this is me punishing myself if I come back. If I come back, the first thing I'm gonna see is I'm gonna see this player-owned station nuke my carrier. And if that isn't what happens, I'm gonna come back and it's not gonna be there, like the player-owned station's not gonna be there at all, and I will be trapped in a wormhole without a way of finding my way out. Because I didn't have probes on it and everything, I had a scout ship, and I got the scout ship out of there. So it was definitely like I didn't delete the account, but I basically screwed it hard. They just added time dilation before you left? Time dilation. You only paid the first month, now you have like ISK for 8 years plus a sub? Yeah. No, that's the thing. I was able to make enough money to keep me subbing forever. So it's one of the things that I kind of took my character at the most valuables and being like, yep, I can't stop myself from being able to fund more of it. But what I can do is make it so the very first thing I see on return is a substantial loss. Because I'd lose all my implants, I'd lose my fully kitted, you know, carrier with all that stuff. You know, it'd be a very recoverable thing, certainly. But it would still hurt real bad. Like, don't get me wrong, I lost carriers playing. You don't get into like big fleet ops and don't take the occasional significant loss. Because the time dilation was the way of reducing lag rather than try to churn through all the like. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I thought like in my brain I was thinking time dilation was skills. Yeah. The thing where instead of just people getting disconnected and all that kind of stuff and like lagging out, instead they took the server calculations and they would slow the entire thing down to what they could handle. And so you'd have your game running at like the game would be running at extremely slow rate because it was just letting it keep things up versus stuff getting dropped and all that. Which is a really cool thing. It got weird because it was weird having a fleet that, you know, in a certain extent is almost like... It's almost like you're playing as, you know, the Flash, and you can kind of, like, watch everything happen in slow motion and, you know, make your calls in slow motion. So you can, like, have a couple of seconds to process what's happening and be like, okay, you know, here's your primary target, secondary target, tertiary target. You know, and go through that and have everyone having a couple of seconds for everything to process. Then once it's over, they're going normal speed. Yep. Oh yeah, weird stuff happened. Yeah, no, I can't remember when that got introduced. I know it was like the fleet ops. But yeah, I definitely don't miss the fleet ops where you'd have the whole thing where you'd just sit there for long hours with, you know, both fleets just sitting on either side of a gate, you know, posturing on who's gonna make the move in on the other one, knowing most likely the most probable outcome for the night is neither side's jumping in. They're just gonna both sit there, beating their chests and all that, and then they're gonna go their separate ways. All right, so you're getting all that stuff little by little. We should also check to see on our research. Which again, still love the time I put in that game, but at the same time, the dynamics changed with player-owned stations and carriers and all that stuff. And I miss what fleet ops used to be. I've heard they've made it better, like kind of more like it was, but I don't know how you put that genie back in that bottle. All right, that said though, chat, it is getting to be about that time, and I know Tomb is really sick right now, so I want to make sure I'm well rested in case like anything comes up. Oh, that's a quick save slot. There's a manual slot. I understand. On stream. But it's been a fantastic time. Again, if you have enjoyed it, don't forget to hit that link and all that. Just let the devs know that, you know, you found it here, you had a good time, all that good stuff. I very much have enjoyed this game. I understand why people kept asking me to play it more and more over the times. You know, granted, I hadn't heard in a little while, but it did pop up every once in a while. People are like, hey, when are you going to play Bellwright? Now, that said, it's definitely a game I think I'm probably, for me coming back to play a whole bunch more, I'm definitely going to wait till it's closer to 1.0, and that's just an early access thing. But again, I really appreciate the devs sponsoring me on this. It means a whole heck of a lot that they would. You know, helps me keep doing what I'm doing and all that without having to lean on all of you. But yeah, so I've definitely enjoyed it. I mentioned it before, I like that the workers are actually functional and capable of getting things done, because that is lacking in a lot of this genre. In so much of this genre, you have workers that, they're like, I'm the woodcutter, and then they cut some wood and be like, well, I hit my quota. I ain't gonna do crap else. This one, they just move on to the next task, and I think that's great. So with that said, and like the whole rating mechanic, I think that's good to have some kind of pressure on you. Granted, we didn't see if they'll like destroy the buildings or just knock down our people or just steal stuff. I didn't see what the negative outcome for it was. But I think regardless. So with that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be dropping abruptly, so don't forget to like and subscribe, but thank you for tuning in. And I do hope to see you. We'll see if I'm streaming tomorrow. There's a good chance with Tomb being home, I probably will, because she's going to be laying down being sick most likely, so she's not going to want to do stuff, so I'll need to fill my time. But for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. But as a reminder, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't